Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Township of Georgian Bay for our special council meeting of Tuesday, November 19th, 2024. And I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 a.m. And in the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationship between Indigenous peoples and the territories they have traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connection they have to this place, the land, the water, the sky, and all that live on, in, and above it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this place and who continue to care for it. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and take action towards real truth and reconciliation. Miigwech. Council, any declarations of pecuniary interest with regards, or conflict of interest with regards to all this? I see Councillor Graziano's hand and then Councillor Predko. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Worship. I'll have to recuse myself with respect to the request by the MacTier Legion. Thank you.
Okay, the Legion. All right, thank you very much. And Councillor Predko.
I will be recusing myself for the Go Home Lake Cottage Owners Association.
All right. I know in both cases it's due to your membership in those organizations. Any other declarations? All right. Seeing none, I will carry on. And I don't believe we have any open forum for this particular meeting. And therefore, we're going to go on to our first presentation, and that's to Georgian Bay Library. If we could bring over Ms. Clare and Ms. McGibbon, and we'll let the, all right. And if you wouldn't mind telling us why you believe we should be giving the Georgian Bay Library some money.
I think we can do that.
I'm sure you can.
Good morning, Mayor and Council and Township staff. We're excited to be here today. We're going to give you a little bit of an overview of our 2024 year and then talk a little bit about our plans for 2025 and our overall budget. So I'm going to let our wonderful CEO, Stephanie Clare, kick things off.
Thank you, Susan. Good morning, everyone. I believe, Karen, you've got control of the presentation there, correct? Yeah? Good? Okay. I will just ask if you can go to the next slide, and we'll start our morning off by going over some of our key initiatives that we've achieved in 2024. So we've got a list here. We've onboarded a brand new staff position. This is our manager of community engagement and programming. So she's a local resident, as are all of our staff, actually. And she hit the ground running at the start of the spring, right into the summer season. We have developed a new library brand. We've successfully obtained $10,000 from a Trillium grant. We've upgraded our public workstations across all 3 of our branches, which was long overdue and greatly welcomed by all of our users. We've finalized and implemented the Honey Harbor high-speed internet utilizing the provincial grant that we received. We've successfully obtained summer student grant funding. So this allowed us to have 2 summer students in our one student in MacTier and 1 student in Honey Harbor. So 2 summer students in total. And I'll just get you to go to the next slide, please. We finalized a memorandum of understanding between the township and the library. This better prepares both organizations for roles and responsibilities as we go forward. We've renovated the Park Landing location and opened a new community space. It's been piloted this past summer and was used inside and out with programs and activities. It was quite a buzz. We've added many new collection items, so non-traditional things like pickleball paddles. Our nature backpacks launched earlier this spring. We have mindful finger mazes. That was a grant project, a partner grant project. We have new local passes, things like Y Marsh passes, Huronia Museum, Ontario Parks passes. and we've enhanced our staff training. So this was an exciting one, especially coming off the coattails of COVID. We've had staff go down to the Ontario Library Super Conference, an annual conference down in Toronto. We've been able to send a staff member to the Aruplo training sort of boot camp, which is specifically geared for rural libraries. And we have some staff enrolled in the Ontario Library Service Libraries specific training program. We also met and educated Minister Graydon Smith on the importance of the role of rural libraries and services offered for both permanent and seasonal residents. Next slide, please. And here you can see quite a collection of some of the initiatives, including a variety of different programs so that we have run ourselves with our staff, but also many partner programs, things like yoga, outdoor yoga, Georgian Bay Association partnerships, parks, all sorts of activities.
One of the things that we're particularly proud of with this slide when we were preparing this presentation and update for you is we looked back at 2021 when we first came to you, when the library was in great need of change. And in 3 years, we have been able to come to this point. And as a board, we are so proud of what we've accomplished, and we're so proud of Stephanie and our staff. This is a huge accomplishment to be able to have this variety and breadth and depth of programming at all 3 of our branches, or mostly at all 3 of our branches. We'll talk about that in a minute, and with great success. So we just thought sometimes a picture, tells the story better than us putting a few words on the slide. So just wanted to comment on this on behalf of the board and the staff.
Thank you, Susan. I'll get you to go down to the next slide. Thank you. So sort of to highlight and just sort of close off what we featured there, some of the key results that we've seen, our programs and services are expanding, and as a result, we see a lot of increases across the organization. So we have our active card holders increasing, our patron visits have gone up 14% from, January to year to date in comparison when we're looking at last year. Our overall circulation continues to rise. Our program sessions and attendance continue to increase. And we see an increase as a result of program participation. And we currently have a survey out, which is reaching as many people as possible. And we've received a really great feedback of 83% satisfaction rate so far from our survey response. We have many key partnerships, and we work with the community in a variety of ways. We work directly with cottage associations. This past summer, we actually made it out to a few cottage association meetings for the first time, which was really great to build those connections. We've met with the groups. We've been able to build organic relationships, and from there, various partnerships come up, like attending Nature Day, supporting groups with book club kits. I know up at Go Home Bay, there's quite an active library group up there, and we've started conversations about how we can support their book club meetup with some of our book club sets. So things like this come out of these organic conversations that we start to have. We work with our friends of the MacTier Library. We've supported through the Honeybee Festival and the Township's Earth Day event. We're active members of the FOPL group as a board member. Susan is a board member, and I work with the government relations group, and various other community organizations and activities that pop up throughout the year. So it's been a busy year, but we continue to add and, like I said, build those organic relationships so that things happen when they align with both parties. Next slide, please. So from all of that, we've had some key learnings. So we've heard the feedback from our recent survey, but also some key trends and themes that came up throughout the year they were observed, but also being confirmed from this feedback that we're receiving. So we have a lot of people in the branch using reading materials and Wi-Fi, but also attending programs. Using the park landing space this summer was quite popular. People would pop in, access the Wi-Fi, set up their workstation. It was great to see that sort of hub of activity. We have quite a few users accessing municipal services. So these are things like dog tags, burn permits, food cycler pickup. A lot of people taking advantage of these 3 service points across the community to gain access to those services. The community meeting rooms have come up as a very important need for our residents. This is no surprise after seeing the usage that was down at Park Landing, and then of course up in MacTier at their community room as well. We are hearing a lot about our extended weekend hours during the seasonal months, so things like our summer hours in Honey Harbor. Very interested in doing Georgian Bay focused programming, so continuing to work on these partnerships with the organizations across the township, like the Biosphere, Cottage associations, Parks Day we had this summer. And we've got a slew of future program desires by our library users.
I think what this page shows you, and you can read it in more depth after our presentation, is it's a great example of how libraries are clearly not about books anymore. We still have great books. We have lots of them, and lots of people are taking them and reading them. But this shows you that particularly in rural communities, and we're learning about that on our full pool board role, Stephanie and I, which is the Federation of Ontario Public Libraries, that in rural communities in particular, this is where the library becomes more than the library. And we're so fortunate to have 3 branches in the Township of Georgian Bay where we can bring all of these elements to life and deliver more than a very typical library. So we're quite proud that all of this is happening and that residents are embracing it.
Okay, and I think you can go to the next slide.
As Steph mentioned, we have a survey currently in market, which is going to run for another month, but we just quickly yesterday pulled some real live comments from some of our residents. Our survey is showing a 50-50 split between permanent and seasonal residents answering the survey. So you can read these at your leisure, but there's 2 or 3 things that stood out for us here. Just quickly, the third quote, it's service to families that do not have what they need to educate and or relax. So obviously a different cohort in our population uses the library in a different way, all about literacy and socialization, a welcoming environment. But we couldn't say it better than the third quote we pulled yesterday. When we asked them, what do you value most about the library? The answer was that the 3 branches in small, somewhat remote villages actually exist and are part of the community.
Thank you. Next slide, please, Karen.
And so what we're also tracking in our survey and learning from residents is we continue to grow and be the welcoming, accessible, inclusive community hub, which brings people together. And again, as a board, we're just so proud of all of these photos in terms of all the activities and programs that Stephanie and the team have pulled together. Everything from joining with Parks Canada, kids of all ages. As Stephanie mentioned, the pickleball paddles. Some of you might go pickleball paddles in the library, but that's what the library of things is in terms of today's world, and all ages. You can see all ages coming to the library, which is a really big change from 3-4 years ago that we're seeing from young to old coming to the library branches.
And I think I mentioned all of our staff are local residents, and they have, very often commented on the change that they see happening within the library, but also in the community as it grows. So it's great to have that insight from them within each of their communities.
And some of you may wonder why we have a picture of kids in boats. Stephanie, do you want to just comment on that for 2 seconds?
Yes, it's not our boat.
We don't have a boat yet.
It's but this was from the Parks Canada Day, where library card holders could get a trip out on the day tripper to Bosley Island. So it was a partnership. They could ride the boat for free. They just showed their library card. They hopped on and they got a tour of the island and explored the day out there. And it was a great way to connect our nature backpacks and nature activities, but with the local organization as well. Perfect. Okay, if you can go on to the next slide. So after we've sort of taken all these 2024 key results and learnings, we've built up some key initiatives for 2025. So continue to build these meaningful relationships with communities and organizations across the township. So connect, reach out, how can we support groups within our capacity? How can we work together? We're going to continue expanding programming in areas based on the needs and interests identified through our surveys and through the feedback that we're getting. Officially launch our new brand to residents through website signage and library cards. So we've got our logo. We just need to roll out sort of these other pieces. Undertake a development of a strategic assessment of the Port Severn and Honey Harbor communities and current branches. So evaluating both the current and future resident needs within the context of continued township population growth. Complete a legislated pay equity review and continue to contribute to rural library communities through our board roles on FOPL. So Susan mentioned this briefly, but this is something that we both are a part of, and it specifically helps to focus on advocacy towards the provincial government and how the province can better support libraries.
Just a quick comment on our strategic assessment. We, for all of you, you know how tiny our Port Severn branch is, but it is very big in many other ways in that the amount of residents from the Port Severn area that are coming to that branch has just grown exponentially. And that's a great sign, but we have limitations in that branch in terms of what we can and cannot do because it also is an office space. And we are hearing loud and proudly from Port Severn residents that they would like a bigger, better library somewhere in the Port Severn area. I think Stephanie and her team can certainly talk at another time about the amount of people and the growth for that little library. So this is something we think is important to look ahead to in the future. And there's an interesting sort of mindset from a lot of people from Port Severn, which is they do not want to drive to Honey Harbor. And I think we all know the certain types of boundaries within the township. So we feel this is an important thing for the board to undertake with Stephanie and see what we can come up with in terms of future state.
Thank you, Susan. Next slide, please. Perfect, thank you. So in order to achieve the listed initiatives, the library board has estimated the need for a $551,500 municipal grant, which is an approximate increase of $55,000. So of the $55,000, approximately $40,000 is associated with increases to HR costs like staff wages, benefits, and the legislated pay equity review. And the remaining $15,000 will account for the increase to digital collection access, consultant fees associated with this strategic assessment, and marketing and operations. With all other revenue sources accounted for, the overall library operating budget totals $585,000. This doesn't include any additional grant funds. So for example, this past year, the library was approved for some Trillium funding as well as the Canada Summer Jobs funding.
And you can see in the top line, the 2025 provincial funding, it's pretty it's pretty poor that the provincial government is still with the PLOG grant, the Public Library Operating Grant, still hasn't moved the needle on increasing that. And so that is a big focus of the FOPL board this year in talking to the Ford government and getting that needle to move sooner than later, because the pressure that's on all municipalities and townships, including ours, is really quite big.
Perfect. Okay. I think we move on to our question slide here. Unless Susan, you had anything else you'd like to add, I will open it up for questions now that I can see everybody again.
Well, all right. Well, thank you very much. We're trying to hold these presentations down to 15 minutes, including questions. So we're over time already.
We're 4 minutes.
I would like to point out to council that for both the public library and for the SSEA, the next presentation, we're not being asked to make any decisions today. That will be part of our budget review next week. And therefore, we do not need to debate whether or not, and I mean, the motion I have in front of me is really quite boring. It's be it resolved that Georgian Bay Public Library 2025 budget allotment be considered by council on November 26, 2024. So I guess that just repeats what I said. But in the meantime, if anybody wants to make a comment or a question, we'll entertain that, but I'm asking you to be brief. All right, seeing none because of, Councillor Jarvis. Councillor Jarvis is throws his hand up and nobody else will, just because he feels.
Oh, yeah, just because nobody else did. I just felt I had to.
Yeah.
No, I want to make the observation. I've been on the library board now. I'm into my second term on council, but I was also on the library board during my first term when Stephanie was not part of the organization, and the changes that I've witnessed over the period of time from when I started to now are significant. And I think we've all got to really think just what a community bonus it is to have the library functioning as it currently does, and with the with what it offers to the community, and its outreach is significant. And I think from the standpoint of, particularly from outreach, it's probably one of the biggest, strongest tools we have in our municipal toolbox for getting word out to our constituents and to the community at large. And it's really been a significant improvement and great to see.
Thank you. Yeah, I think one of the points that was made in the presentation that for me is extremely important is how a library is so much more than what we remember as from libraries in our youth. You know, I see behind Ms. Clare a heck of a lot of books and other paraphernalia like that, but we know that there's so much more that they do, and I think that's where libraries serve a huge role in our communities. All right, I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that the Georgian Bay Public Library's 2025 budget allotment be considered by Council on November 26, 2024. All those in favor? Councillor Cooper, was that a yay? Okay. And that is carried. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
And next on our list is the Severn Sound Environmental Association.
Good morning, Your Worship, Council, staff, and audience. Julie Cayley, Severn Sound Environmental Association's Executive Director, is unable to be here today to present. I'm Michelle Hudlin, Manager of Watershed Resilience. I'm not normally doing budget deputations. The focus of my work is habitat rehabilitation and enhancement and natural heritage. Throughout the presentation, just a note that I will be referring to our organization by the acronym SSEA to help us stay on time. With me today is SSEA Treasurer Judy Limoges and SSEA Board Member Suzanne Marchand had intended to join as well. I'll be providing an overview of 2024 activities as well as what's coming for 2025. Next slide, please. You can see a summary of SSEA's background on this slide, but briefly, in the late 1980s, the Severn Sound watershed was listed as an area of concern on the Great Lakes because of poor water quality. There was a significant effort and financial input at the federal, provincial, and local levels over more than 2 decades to improve water quality and to restore a healthy ecosystem. SSEA primarily operates on a watershed basis. The orange circle near the top of the map indicates the portion of the township that flows towards Severn Sound. A key point on the slide is that in 2009, SSEA was established as your joint municipal service board. We're a shared resource between the Township of Georgian Bay and 7 other municipal partners in the watershed. The SSEA Board of Directors is made up of 1 representative from each of the 8 municipalities. Thank you to current board member, Councillor Graziano, and past board member, Councillor Bocek, for serving on the SSEA board. There are a number of documents listed that encompass both the guiding principles and the founding legislative acts that direct SSEA's activities and actions. Next slide, please. The next few slides give information on services SSEA provides, plus a highlight of our work in the township in 2024 resulting from your financial support. A more fulsome 10-page document of services provided and available to municipal partners was submitted and is included in your agenda package. SSEA conducts water quality monitoring at a number of sites within our watershed portion of the township, with the sites sampled multiple times throughout the year. Blue-green algae is becoming an increasing issue. SSEA works with the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks and the Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit to provide quick response to blue-green algae concerns. Stream temperature and climate monitoring are used as background information and to monitor trends affecting water quality and quantity. SSEA also samples water quality in streams as a collaboration through the Provincial Water Quality Monitoring Network, PWQMN, with a site in Port Severn sampled throughout the year for parameters such as general chemistry and metals. Next slide, please. SSEA also conducts water quality monitoring at Open Water Station just off Port Severn, with sampling done during the ice-free period. Parameters include general chemistry, metals, zooplankton, and phytoplankton, so those little critters in the water column. Note that currently lab costs for sample analysis for the stream station and the open water station are covered through a partnership between SSEA and the province. We also monitor for non-native invasive species that can be an ecological, economic, and/or human health concern, and that includes surveillance at municipal properties. This year's work included targeted surveys for invasive crayfish, for example, which are an emerging threat. Next slide, please. Long-term data sets are very valuable. They can indicate signs of environmental stress and track changes over time. Weather and climate, such as changes in rainfall patterns and increasing water temperatures in streams and lakes, are major influencing factors on water quality and algae growth. SSEA is seeing degradation of some water quality parameters, which can be a concern for drinking water intakes, overall aesthetics of the water, and for the ecology of the lakes and the streams. In addition, emerging contaminants such as microplastics, synthetic chemicals, and pharmaceuticals are also a concern for water. There isn't a lot of data for the Severn Sound area currently, but this issue was highlighted at a recent binational workshop for Lake Huron, where the need to monitor these chemicals was a major topic of conversation. Next slide, please. Habitat and Stewardship project highlights include 3 externally funded projects. The Restore the Shore pilot project, which provided advice on shoreline naturalization, including site visits, developing planting plans, and sourcing appropriate native species for the landowners to plant. And the B Parks, that's Biodiversity Enhancement and Education Parks project, as well as SEED, Severn Sound Engagement and Education Initiative, involve working with municipalities and schools to develop and implement naturalization plans. We've confirmed that there's some interest from the township in naturalizing or enhancing a portion of the Honey Harbor waterfront, and SSEA will be working with the township to further develop a plan for implementation in 2025. SSEA's invasive species program focuses on education, as well as providing identification and management support to municipalities, as well as to the public. And we also coordinate management events at select municipal sites. We'd also like to thank Township of Georgian Bay staff for helping with the tree distribution program. Nearly 1,500 seedlings were planted this spring by participants in the township, with more than 77,000 seedlings planted in the township through this program since it was initiated in the township in 2016. Next slide, please. SSEA responds to inquiries from municipalities and community members. We've coordinated a webinar series for municipal staff on a variety of topics, which include provincial permits, approvals, and legislation related to the environment. We participate with a booth and information at a variety of local events, and we produce reports such as the Invasive Species Annual Report with results of site monitoring and recommended actions. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, the Sustainable Severn Sound. Maybe back up one slide, I believe. The Sustainable Severn Sound, sorry, just back up a couple of slides. I'm not sure if there's a delay on my end. Slide number 8, please. Yes, thank you. Perfect. The Sustainable Severn Sound project covers the entire municipality in this case. The initiative is helping implement actions from the township's climate change action plan. It supported a study on retrofits for municipal facilities, and it provides support for the Partners for Climate Protection program. The township has achieved milestone 3 and is working towards milestone 4 of that initiative. There is a municipal climate adaptation workshop that's happening on Thursday. Council and staff are more than welcome to attend. Please connect with us for more details if you're interested and you're not already registered. Next slide, please. The Drinking Water Source Protection Program has two components. The Source Protection Authority is done on a watershed basis, and that's the creation of the high-level policies that protect municipal drinking water sources, plus the science behind where those policies apply. So, for example, delineation of an intake protection zone for a municipal water system and the overarching source protection plan. This year, through this initiative, SSEA worked with your staff to fulfill the annual reporting requirements to the province. We provided drinking water education and outreach through social media and presentations, and we're working towards updates of the assessment reports. The risk management services component is provided on a municipality boundary basis. This is the boots on the ground implementation of the policies. So, for example, developing a risk management plan for a specific property and a specific type of threat. These risk management services costs are paid for by the District of Muskoka. However, there is a strong connection to the township since decisions that you might be making, such as planning act applications, could potentially impact municipal water systems. Next slide, please. And the next two slides highlight some of our plans for 2025 in the township, including continued water quality monitoring and reporting on trends, maintaining equipment and accessing data from weather stations and water level gauges that are in the broader Severn Sound watershed, and that helps track trends that might affect water quality and quantity, further implementation of our tree planting and naturalization projects, and additional invasive species monitoring of municipal sites. Also a note that we do have training available to staff on invasive and noxious plants at the township's request. Next slide, please. And a few additional work plan items for 2025 include the Drinking Water Source Protection Project, which is an ongoing and significant initiative, and climate action through the Sustainable Severn Sound Project, as well as a variety of education and outreach activities. Next slide, please. The SSEA Board of Directors passed the final 2025 budget at the June Board of Directors meeting. The overall budget for the Township of Georgian Bay, as approved by the board, is presented in this slide here, as well as in the letter that was circulated and is part of the agenda package. Also submitted was the total SSEA core operations budget and the municipal sharing calculations for each of the partners for 2024 and 2025, also included in your agenda package. The budget request for the Township of Georgian Bay includes SSEA operations core funding, as well as the Sustainable Severn Sound Project. Note that the risk management services component, as I mentioned just briefly, is paid for by the district. And further note that no funding is requested for the tree distribution program, but approximately half day of in-kind assistance from the township is requested to support that initiative. Next slide, please. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. As noted at the beginning of the presentation, I don't normally do budget deputations, but I do have our treasurer, Judy, with us, and together we'll do our best to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. I think that presentation went just fine. This is also, much like our prior presentation, Council, a situation where we'll be making our decision as part of the overall budget next week. So if there's any questions for clarification, and I'll start with Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you. And I think I have a quick question for you, Michelle. In a couple of the slides that I noticed the in brackets provided by municipal boundary. Can you explain what that means?
Yes, so for most of our programs and projects, it's operated on a watershed basis. So that would be the portion of the municipality that was highlighted on the map that was circled in orange. Roughly the area sort of Port Severn to Honey Harbor, generally speaking. That was established early on with the remedial action plan work that was done in the 1990s and into the early 2000s. So that was sort of established for the bulk of most of our projects, but there are a few exceptions to that. One of them being the Sustainable Severn Sound Project. That operates on a municipality basis because it's targeted towards determining how the municipality as a whole can reduce greenhouse gas emissions, for example, and contribute to climate change initiatives. And so that's hard to do on a watershed basis. And so that particular project is at a municipal level rather than the watershed level. And the other project that I mentioned is the drinking water stewardship project. I can't get into too much detail on that one, but the Source Protection Authority component of that is done on a watershed basis, again, because at a provincial level, that's how that program was set up. The Source Protection Authority was done on a watershed basis. However, the risk management services is done on a municipal boundary basis. In the case of your municipality, I believe that the only municipal water systems that are really affected by that legislation are happen to also be basically in our watershed.
Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
Yeah, Michelle, thank you for your presentation. I do have a couple of questions that I'd like to just probe a little bit on. You talk about greenhouse gas analysis, and one of the questions that I am particularly interested in is for our township. Can you provide us with a greenhouse gas analysis that covers the entire township and not just the municipal buildings? Because our township is extremely low density. We have a huge amount of vegetation and wetlands, which apparently are consumers of greenhouse gases. And all I hear are statistics about our municipal buildings. And it seems like common sense would say that our township is a net negative in greenhouse gas emissions, but nobody's able to give us that analysis. Is that something you can do?
Through your worship to Councillor Hazelton, I'm not able to provide a specific answer to that today. It's outside of my area of work, but I can certainly take that question back and we can follow up.
Okay. And I think you said you're, is it Judy with finance? So my question for you is, if I have a $1 million property in one place and just down the shore I have a $200,000 property, can you help me understand the value difference that you provide in your services and your insights and so on to those two properties?
Through your worship, if you'll allow, I would like to defer that question to our treasurer, Judy, if she's able to address that at this time.
Thank you. Through your worship to Council Hazelton, could you please repeat the question?
Okay, so imagine a property area, shoreline, land, whatever, and I have $1 million property. And then down the shore or down the road, I have a $200,000 property. Can you help me understand based on their assessment value?
I'm afraid I can't answer that question, but I could take it back and provide something in writing to you. The difference in value of our services for each property?
Yes. I mean, I just as a gut feel, I have a hard time understanding that there would be any difference, but I would like to hear from you on how you would differentiate the value to that $1 million property versus that $200,000 property.
Okay, thank you very much. I will look into that and get back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. And one last question for Michelle, if I may. As you're aware, we don't have a conservation authority in our community. So all the for example, in the Lake Simcoe Regional Conservation Authority, if they determine that there is something environmentally wrong, they have teeth that they can and actions that they can drive to force change. I'm interested in understanding what SSEA is doing to try to achieve some sort of conservation authority like actionable status in the community, as opposed to what I'll label as, it seems more academic and research related as opposed to action oriented related. Can you give me some insights on that?
Through your worship, to Councillor Hazelton, you are correct that SSEA doesn't have a large regulatory component. The only regulatory aspect of the work that we do is the drinking water source protection side of things. That's been the case since our inception. We do encourage wise stewardship of resources, so we provide a lot of information to landowners and try and help them make decisions that align with best practices. It is sort of the carrot versus the stick approach. We actually found back in the remedial action plan days that it was actually in our favor that we were non-regulatory, because landowners were often more willing to work with our organization when they felt like there wasn't somebody standing there with the rule book and ready to lay a fine. It's just been the way that we've operated to date. If the board of directors were to wish for us to look at other options for becoming, having some further regulatory aspects to the work we do, that could be something that would be explored at their direction. But at this time, the only regulatory aspect of things that we deal with directly is a drinking water stewardship program. However, I will note that when we do get questions from people, sometimes we get a phone call of someone who thinks, if something inappropriate is happening on a shoreline, not necessarily saying Georgian Bay Township related, but we do have connections with some of those other agencies like the Ministry of Natural Resources, the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, that we would direct folks to where that's appropriate for them to respond directly to those agencies. So in most cases, there is a regulatory body that would be in place to look after particular issues or concerns. It just might not be SSEA specifically. If that helps.
So
question.
I think I've understood most of those things, and certainly our staff at the township are skilled at directing people to other ministries of focus. The reason for the Conservation Authority, though, is a concept is because it actually has teeth, and it can override the township policies and township plans. And I don't know if you're aware of this, but today, our planning department doesn't exercise any environmental, call it skills or strengths, so to speak. They defer to a peer review organization. SSEA is not the peer review organization. And so if there is a matter that comes before us that is environmentally focused, it gets handed off to this peer review organization to have a township position on a particular issue. Sadly, SSEA doesn't ever get involved in any of those positions. And so the strength of environmental focus and
Councillor Hazelton, this is not the time
SSEA.
to assess SSEA, because that's a week from now. So I want your questions to try to stick to questions as opposed to positions.
I'm getting to the question. So the question is, what can SSEA do to evolve and shift their role in our township to be more guiding and directing and proactive, as opposed to really playing more of a academic, educational, informational kind of role that is very interesting. And I have no problems with, the work that you do or anything like that. My concern is that whether the rubber meets the road, SSEA is not there. And so I would certainly welcome any tips or guidelines that you could offer that will help us when we consider the financial side of this. Thank you.
Through your worship, to Councillor Hazelton, I can offer that SSEA is always open to having conversations with staff on things that they think we might be able to help them with, or things that we could be involved in. We can certainly have those discussions and determine whether that's something that we have the ability to take on. And I would also offer that your member can always bring suggestions to the board for further discussion. If the direction from your council to the board member would be for looking into the organization having more teeth, more regulatory aspect, that is something that could be brought to the board for further discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have moved by Councillor Cooper, second by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that the Severn Sound Environmental Association 2025 budget allotment be considered by Council on November 26, 2024. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. All right, we're now going to get into the delegations portion, and I'm going to suggest that we do, as we've done in prior years, listen to all the presentations before we make any decisions on the amounts that we may or may not want to allocate to any particular group. And I need to apologize. I forgot at the beginning of the meeting to note I do have a conflict of interest, and that's specifically with the Georgian Bay Biosphere due to my role on their board. I will remain in the chair while we hear the presentation, but when it comes to time to make the decision, I will absent myself and ask Councillor Cooper to chair that portion of the meeting in the future. With that, we have the first delegation is from the Georgian Bay Biosphere. If we can. And Mr. John.
Morning, Mayor and members of Council. Karen, do I have the ability to share my screen for the presentation? Yes? Okay. Thank you. Once again, good morning, Mayor and member of Council. My name is Benjamin John. I'm the Climate and Energy Programs Manager at the Georgian Bay Minnedogamie Biosphere, and I'm joined today with my colleague, Delaina Arnold, our Community Programs Manager, and we're here today to share just an overview on the 2024 Climate and Community Program activities, as well as share our proposal and request for 2025 climate and community programming activities. And before I jump into what was done in 2024, I just want to remind Council that the Township of Georgian Bay is one of ICECAP's founding members. ICECAP is the regional collaboration of municipalities and First Nations within the Eastern Georgian Bay region and the Georgian Bay Biosphere region for a collaborative, more cost-effective approach to energy management and climate action. And including the Township of Georgian Bay, ICECAP has 10 official members, and there's a number of other private sector, public sector, utilities, and other agencies that support ICECAP's work behind the scene. And ICECAP actually just celebrated its 5th anniversary this year, back in June, to which members of council and staff attended. So ICECAP is growing, it's getting stronger, it's getting bigger, and I just wanted to start off by thanking you all for your continued and ongoing support, participation, and involvement within ICECAP, because this really sets the stage for the work that was completed this year, as well as what we're proposing for next year as well. So as part of 2024, some of the activities that were completed included, as I just mentioned, participation with an ICECAP. So as an ICECAP member, through the partnership's memorandum of understanding in terms of reference, each member contributes through a membership fee that supports the ongoing administration, but also really to support all of the knowledge sharing, the funding opportunities, the regional, local community engagement that happens through public communications, events, and so on. And so this really helps provide the township with a seat at the table and the ability to guide the direction that the partnership heads into. In 2024, the climate program and community program was also able to conduct a backyard composting workshop in collaboration with the MacTier library in their adult program. I'll be honest when I say that the workshop, it didn't have the turnout that we were anticipating or hoping to have, but on the positive side, that this program and workshop was able to develop a lot of really fantastic resources that are available still to your community members. And as we'll kind of go over in our proposal here shortly, these resources, we're looking to build from them as some continued programming that we're looking to hold next year as well. In 2024, we were also able to hold a repair cafe in collaboration with the Honeybee Festival. This was a super successful event. It repaired a number of textiles, tools, electronics, appliances, and other items that were considered waste and were destined from landfill and end up repairing them and prevent them from going to said landfill. From my perspective, I think one of the huge key success stories here is the number of volunteers that we were able to coordinate in helping to repair these types of items. And given the success in developing this volunteer base, we're really excited about hopefully expanding these repair cafes in the future. In 2024, we were also able to hold a number of local as well as regional climate action events. Earlier in the year, there was an Earth Day event that was held down at Rendezvous Park that engaged local youth and saw some really great participation. I shared the image from the IceCap 5-year celebration earlier, and as part of that, there was also a climate action forum that was held, which saw hundreds of participants engaging with local vendors, which included local contractors, to help connect them to information resources, as well as some of those private businesses that are helping to put in place some of the action on the ground, so to speak. And we also were able to host a sustainable transportation event that saw some really great participation and volunteers as well. In 2024, we were also able to help continue and support the coordination of the Port Severn and MacTier community gardens. Within these gardens, we saw the number of volunteers grow, as well as the number of volunteer hours contributed to that grow as well. We were able to update and provide some new signage at these locations, which all contributed to seeing a large volume of food being donated to local food banks and directly to community members as well too. And these spaces, as we've seen from the participation that's been had at them, they're really becoming community hubs and community spaces, and are operating very, very efficiently. Which leads me to the work that we're proposing here in 2025. The first item is that we would love the Township of Georgian Bay to continue being an IceCap member and as a founding member, and supporting the ongoing administration of the partnership, and supporting as well the public communications that come from it, the events, sharing knowledge, as well as best practices and funding opportunities. These are all sort of the key components of what the IceCap membership is. And as I mentioned, the Township of Georgian Bay has been a key actor in the partnership to date. We're also looking and proposing to build from a lot of the community events that were held last year, and trying to make them bigger and better, and focusing on community education and engagement to mobilize what we're calling community climate action. And to do this, we're building from a survey that we released back in 2022, as well as some of the survey and results that came from your food cycler pilots. So again, building from these surveys and the feedback that's been collected from your community members, providing them with community education, engagement, programs and events, all of which support objectives that are outlined in your strategic plan and community climate action plan. In particular, I'm going to run through these very quickly so I can open the floor for any perhaps specific questions there might be about these programs and activities. But the first is that what we're proposing is a kitchen to compost pilot. What this is a one-on-one dedicated support to township residents to help them either start or support their backyard composting initiatives. And by that, I mean conventional composting, not food cycler initiatives. This isn't sort of a new type of pilot. This is a model that's been implemented in Peterborough, and we'd love to bring this to the Georgian Bay region and the Township of Georgian Bay specifically to try this out. I'll say too that what it's looking to achieve is that we've seen that there was barriers to entry through activities such as the food cycler pilot, as made evident in some of those survey and pilot results. So this really helps break down some of the barriers to reducing food waste, say, for those that weren't able to participate in, say, food cycler pilots. As I mentioned, the Repair Cafe was very, very successful. So we're looking to grow, expand those events and offerings and making them bigger and better. We already have a large group of volunteer base, which helps to reduce some of the coordination of those events. So building from the success of those, as well as the third item, building on the success that the community gardens has had to date. So now that these gardens are running really, really efficiently, we're able to pull back some of the support, so to speak, and reduce some of that coordination needs. But there still is some support that's needed. So there's a little bit of support on that end. And then finally, looking at hosting a youth event in the township as well that builds from the kids in the Biosphere program that we host and other townships that has had really great success in replicating that model down in the township of Georgian Bay as well. From a budget perspective, each of these items has been broken down line by line here, as you can see, to arrive at a proposed budget request of just under 10,000. And to situate that, I'd just like to share that when it comes to climate and community programming that we do within the full Biosphere region, that's just under a 6% share of what the entire IceCap budget is looking like at the course of the year. We support through IceCap municipalities and First Nations in various different ways. And this is just to say that in the ways that we're proposing to support and provide some of those community events and programs in the Township of Georgian Bay, it ends up being just under 6% of a budget perspective of what we're doing across the entire budget or Biosphere region within our climate and community programs. So I apologize for going through that very, very quickly. I wanted to stay within my 10-minute deputation time frame. I'm sure there's some specific questions, so myself and Delaina are happy to answer any of those. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. John. Councillor Breckbill, please.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Just a quick question. I'm supportive of the Biosphere and what you're proposing for the funding for 2025. My one question, though, is about the repair cafes and the two repair cafes. I'm just wondering if you have any statistics back from the Honeybee Festival in terms of how much attendance you had. I know it was well advertised and you had a lot of volunteers. And then the corollary to that is this something that could be provided in 2025 or in the future through the libraries and a program with the libraries, since that seems to also connect with their borrowing of things philosophy that they're moving towards?
Absolutely. I'll start by answering your second question first, and then I'll defer it to Delaina. Delaina was, I believe, there at the Repair Cafe and might have some of those statistics. But absolutely looking at those collaboration opportunities, say with the library, to have those repair cafes in the future. I think what we would also like to explore is having them as independent events, perhaps as well too. And advertising them independently, and just exploring what those opportunities look like as well too to grow them and make them bigger and better. Delaina, do you have any of the statistics on how much waste perhaps was reduced through that event?
I just had a quick look at the report that one of the volunteers drafted, and it looks like there was 16 individual items that we were able to fix and one Keurig that we were not able to fix.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Not seeing any other hands raised. I'm going to say thank you very much for your present. Oh, Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, trying to understand more broadly what the process is here. You mentioned just recently that a number of these items that we've heard about are going to be voted on at a budget meeting, but then you said we're also considering some of these numbers today. What are the terms of reference related to the, or how one qualifies for being considered today versus at budget time? I'm not understanding this process.
Okay, well, the first two presentations, from the library and from SSEA were outside of what our municipal grants budget. So they were presentations that are, I'll call it the larger items. Now, last year we allocated $65,000 on our municipal grants program to about a dozen different organizations. And so now these are those organizations and others are coming back asking for a portion of the money, the $65,000 for this year. So I hopefully you were in receipt of a table or a listing that was provided a couple days ago, I think, or last week, I've forgotten when exactly, that listed all the organizations that are asking us to consider giving them a portion of the municipal grant budget.
Oh, okay, so fair enough, but each one of these line items we're going to hear about and vote on today, not at budget time.
Setting aside the first two presentations, from now on, the rest of the presentations, the hope is by the end of our meeting today, we will have established the amounts that will be included in our budget that we'll be contemplating next week.
And okay, that's A. B, some of the items that are here are, we used to have a sort of budget set aside for various activities in our communities, including cottage associations, etc.
Yes.
There was a very specific set of terms of reference in terms of getting that funding, which was if you had a regatta, you were allowed up to $500 a year, and if you had some sort of recreation program, up to $1,000 a year. But this goes way beyond that. So and it lumps together a variety of different things, including organizations that do environmental testing, others that are a marketing organization like Segbay. So how do they all get lumped together? I'm kind of confused by that.
Our clerk is volunteering an answer.
So the late summer, fall of 2023, we updated the municipal grant policy, and that divided things into two categories: requests under 1,500 and requests 1,500 and over. So the requests under 1,500, they get applied for, and those might be for some of the regatta things that might be a $500, $1,000 thing for a one-day event. Those applications go through and those get applied for and divided by staff at the end of March, providing there's enough money within the budget. And that allocation will be set aside in the budget. I don't know what it is offhand, but Jazz is nodding that yes, there is an amount set aside for that. And that was divided up, and then what was allocated was reported to council. And then after we did the full budget and we knew we had $65,000 in the 2024 budget for requests that were $1,500 and over, those groups came to council. Now it was late, but they came to council in June of 2024 and went through the requests, and we did the same thing. Everyone presented, and then council had the decision to make and who got what, and some got what they wanted, some got less, and you collectively, council went through and decided who got what. The comment made at that time by many members of council was that they wish they had the request in advance of the budget being approved in case there was more money or good causes that they would like an additional increase in the budget beyond the $65,000. So hearing what council said, we are here to have all of these groups present to you today in advance of the 2025 budget being approved. So these are 2025 requests. And if at the end of today, council feels collectively that out of these requests that the money should, we need more than $65,000 allocated for these requests, then you have the opportunity to do so today, and that will be included in the budget, or you can stick to the 65,000 and make adjustments based off the request today.
Thank you for that answer, but I'm still confused as to where are the terms in terms of providing some sort of rationale as to why one organization and their activities would be applicable and others not so. You're just saying it's over $1,500 period. Put your application in and Bob's your uncle. Is that correct?
And then it's up to council to decide. Sorry, Your Worship, if I may continue. And then it is up to council to decide through the delegation process. This is a delegation process. If you do or do not agree with their requests.
Fair enough, but there are really no terms in terms of qualifying. Thank you.
Correct.
All right. Any other questions or comments? All right, we'll go on to our next one, which is Southeast Georgian Bay Chamber of Commerce and Tourism, often known as SEGBAY. Mr. Christakis, who's in council chambers for council's knowledge.
Good morning. My name is Arthur Christakis. I'm currently the president of the Southeast Georgian Bay Chamber of Commerce and Tourism. We've addressed the township before in support of operating funds for various efforts. In the last cycle, we requested $6,000 to build a sign in MacTier, which was granted. We thank you very much for that. The sign is almost completed. We hope to have an opening of that sign, and we expect it to have full advertising within the first year. So thank you to council for granting our last request. We also this year, for the coming year, as we budget and look forward to what we'd like to accomplish, we continue to have our major challenge is raising infrastructure money, which is in addition to membership revenues and advertising revenues, etc. So we are again requesting $6,000 from the township as part of the expense to redo our website and bring it into a modern digital platform that will allow us to do e-commerce, analytics, and so forth, what you would normally expect of a proper chamber and tourism organization. I did submit on behalf of the board of directors a long letter that outlines most of our positions and significant representations of things that we have done in cooperation with the township to show in our best estimate return on investment for your support and partnership with our organization. It is a relationship that takes place 12 months a year. We are not seasonal, and we have also in 2024 included many new events which were well represented by the tourists and the short-term renters, local residents, and those who are here for high season. So we think we are engaged with everyone who is in the community. I'd also like to thank the township, as always, for the very favorable lease rent that we pay for use of the Brissett House. And we believe that we've invested and worked through other partnerships in the community to bring that investment, that township investment up. And those partnerships continue to serve us all very well. Our board is 11 directors. We contribute over 500 hours of volunteer experience to this organization, which is translated directly into the community. And we only pay for 20 hours of administration to our current executive director, and we have committed to a further 10 hours per week, which we are raising membership rates and advertising and so forth to pay for in the coming year due to the high demand put on the chamber based on our last few years of operation. We have significantly more people wanting to have us participate with them. I mention that because I'm trying to make the point that we're very efficient in terms of use of money. So the money that you gave us for the sign went to the sign, didn't go to administration, and it wasn't lost in the system anywhere else. Similarly, the website is something that is an additional cost to a small organization like ourselves, and we need some seed money for infrastructure improvements, and it will get us a long way to our goals, which we think will benefit those same 4 groups I mentioned earlier. Another thing I would like to point out that most people don't seem to know about the organization is we do serve a lot of social and cultural needs in the community because it's small. We have taken a leadership position with the other local groups, supporting them, providing resources for them, and all of their organizations have told us they've benefited by our support for their group. So we think beyond our traditional mandate for tourism and commerce, that we are also serving a very explicit need in the community for social and cultural support. If you don't know, we've had Chamber has sponsored a charity golf tournament in the community for 10 years now, which has raised over $362,000 for the community. Largely, the biggest recipient would be the Georgian Bay General Hospital, but it's also gone to Wendat, currently the Cancer Support Center, local food bank, and others. So we're continuing to do that, and we are going to be going for our 11th charity tournament next summer, which we hope to break the $400,000 barrier for contribution. We did used to be part of the Township of Georgian Bay budget, I suppose, years ago, before the new policy was put forward. I did make this point at the last delegation regarding being reconsidered for a budget line. We put in some amounts that we think are typical and respective to other organizations. I did take into account the comments of councillors at the last delegation about the size and the scope of our community, and I factored that into the amount that we put in the letter for consideration. Today we're here just for the infrastructure amount of $6,000. We are large supporters of the township, and I included many examples of things that we do in kind for, in some ways in part for the low expense of the cost of the Brissette House. And if you've had a chance to look at the submission, many of those things are presented on the television, through our website, and through our new Facebook that we launched this year. So we're reaching a lot of people that likely the township doesn't reach. So it's a nice natural extension of our mutual ability to reach residents and tourists. We were big supporters of the Honeybee Festival, and I personally was a big supporter of the Repair Cafe. So I know at my station, I served 11 items. So it was a good day, and it was well done. We've also done the advertising and promotion of the Wise Mobile April event in MacTier. Rock the Dock, as an example, was a really well-received community event last year. The Chamber took it under its wing, we promoted it, and we were able to help them sponsor a full season of events. And we are going to add to that next year. I've already talked to Tracy Boos. We also, through our promotion and AGM Awards Night, recognized Tracy Boos as Citizen of the Year, which really helped raise the profile of both herself and her contribution, but also the success of Rock the Dock. Some of the more necessary and mentionings are the open air burning warnings and things like revolutionizing your ways, OPP, public service announcements about leaving, the booze behind with voting and everything else. We also cross-promoted the Honeybee Festival through our the two closest large accommodators, and that hopefully we were trying to get heads in the beds to improve overnight stays and accommodation and day spending. And we promoted the grand opening of the fabulous pickleball courts that was amazingly done this year. And we also very much enjoyed being part of the Honeybee Festival, particularly the cruise that was had that went through the beautiful islands of Georgian Bay, and we promoted that. And we have plans in the coming year, which we're not asking for funding for, of starting a Segbay TV podcast and YouTube channel. And right now, we're going to be considering going into the communities and putting out small vignettes of local history and important, points of interest, which will both support tourism and historical documentation of the township. There's a lot more in the letter, but I'll leave it at that and open it for questions. Thank you very much to council and staff for your working with the Chamber of Commerce. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cooper. And Councillor Polchak, did I see your hand up before? Yeah, okay, I see it now. Okay, Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Polchak, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. Just a couple of clarifications and questions. So Segbay, just to be clear, is basically a Chamber of Commerce. Is that correct?
We are chartered as a Chamber of Commerce, yes.
And so essentially, Chambers of Commerce are business marketing organizations. Is that correct?
Typically.
And your membership is the business community, the businesses in our township, for the most part.
Correct. They're the ones who pay to be part of it.
Correct. Okay, thank you. Just wanted to understand that. And the other sort of piece I wanted to understand, did you provide, I didn't see it, but did you provide an annual report with financials for your organization?
No, we did not.
And can you do that?
We can do that.
Including showing us if you have any reserves, etc. It would help us in our decision making. It would help me anyway.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can tell you right now, our bank account sits around $62,000. Approximately $40,000 of that we keep as a reserve because of potential dips in revenue. And we've only had that for 1 year. So this is not something that I would bank on, but we do recognize based on the last 3 or 4 years history that things happen. And that money was largely part of the loan guarantees that the government put out for the COVID pandemic. We are currently budgeting to break even this year, and any surplus we have will go towards the development of the website and some of the other programs I spoke of. We just did our budget cycle, and we expect to clear about $12,000 by the end of next year. As we all know, there's a lot of time between now and then to do that. And I did include the $6,000 grant request in that $12,000 surplus. So I can provide financials, but those are basically the numbers.
I'd like to see the financials. Thank you. And I did when I first started about 12 years ago, where there was a request to see the financials from Segbay, and eventually I think we got them the next year. And the reserves were in the neighborhood of 60,000 at that time. Maybe something happened in between, but I'm just telling you what happened exactly at that time. So we need to keep those things in the back of our minds when we're looking at a request for $6,000 and also providing relatively totally subsidized office space, not completely, but certainly quite a bit subsidized. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Polchak.
Thank you, and through your worship, I think what we just heard was Councillor Cooper asking for a bunch of information himself. I'm not sure if that's the request of council or he's just interested himself. I did want to congratulate Arthur and his great work that he's done, but really wanted to recognize the past president, Fred Waring, for all the work he's done raising the money for GBGH over the years and other causes. I was part of the founding members of SegBay, God, I don't know, maybe 15, 20 years ago, and have been a supporter of SegBay ever since. And I would like to see this organization prosper, although I'm not allowed to sit on the board or even be a member because of my association with the Township of Georgian Bay. So I have no conflicts here, and I wish you all the best in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I'll just kind of do a little ditto. Financials would be very much appreciated, so budgets, etc., would be appreciated. But my question that I really wanted to ask was, most of what I saw in what you bring to our township doesn't really apply to the bay. Per se, certainly not up the shoreline at all. So let me ask you a specific question here, if I may. Are you familiar with docktails?
I'm aware of it.
Is that something that you think SegBay should get involved with and promote and champion?
It's an interesting question because we just had a question regarding the scope of our organization legally. And I think in the letter I've tried to represent on behalf of our board that we don't consider that our only scope. We would consider what you just talked about beyond the confines of our original legal founding 25 years ago or whatever it was. So we would consider that, yes.
Okay, and the reason I'm kind of diving into that is you've put the words here, Southeastern Georgian Bay Chamber of Commerce and Tourism. As you may know, 88% of all the tax revenues in our township come from residential taxes. So we're really not a big tourism township. And so when it comes to driving things in the community that benefit the community, there's a group in Honey Harbor that organize something called Docktails every year, which is an objective to raise funds for the community. In many respects, it's comparable to some of the other organizations, but what differs from it, or what it differs from the other ones, is that it is complementing and driving activities for people on the bay, as opposed to people not on the bay. So I'll just throw that out there as something to consider. But just back to the earlier comment, you had one request for budget financials, so now you have a second. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, apropos of comments already made here, financial something that's been provided in the past. I'm hoping they can be provided again. It's just become part of the process, and I don't think there's an issue with it. And then moving on, having now been a member of that board for a period of time with absolutely no business interests in the Bay and no voting status on the board, I've seen significant changes, as I've seen with library. Under Arthur's leadership, the board has, and then Fred before him, has made great strides in expanding its membership, but also expanding its exposure. And by doing that, and in doing that, they've been able to provide better promotional access for the activities that go on in and around the Bay. And I note Councillor Hastings' comments in regards to Docktails. I know that while sitting on the board, anything that comes up is always opportunities like this are always encouraged to be brought before the board. And anytime they get wind of something that looks like something that needs to be promoted, they're pretty keen to do that. And having that TV screen up at the Tim Hortons Mall and their calendar of events, they've managed to try and bring in significant more community exposure to the township. It's difficult. Southeast Georgian Bay doesn't just encompass our municipality, it encompasses others. So that's something else we've got to keep in mind. We're part of a larger group of people that assist and will be asked for money from Seg Bay. But I think it's important to note that that money will help in a way with promoting activities, all of them in and around our area. And anytime anybody in our community wants further promotion, I know that the Seg Bay group would be open to any opportunities in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, through your worship. With the utmost respect to the three councillors requesting financials, I just don't see the logic with respect to the request. I understand that Seg Bay is an independent organization. They operate independently. They provide numerous different community events. They coordinate numerous different community events. I don't believe that we request consistently financials from every group that comes out and requests funding and grant money from the municipality. And so I think that council collectively needs to make a decision on whether or not that is going to be a criteria required in order to offer funding going forward from everyone that requests it, or alternatively, we just accept it and allow those that wish to provide us with their financials. The value that Seg Bay offers the community and the partnerships that come by way of their coordination, I think are invaluable, and we need to continue to support community events and those that drive and create a sense of community, regardless of where their financials are. So in the end, I think that if we are going to request for financials, that we do it consistently across the board for everybody, effective immediately, or alternatively, and we codify that by way of policy, or alternatively, we just leave it as if they wish to disclose and or provide us with that intel. But aside from that, I do support Seg Bay's request, and I have no conflicts here either myself, so thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we will go on to our next presentation, and that would be Go Home Lake Cottage Owners Association. Sorry? Okay. Well, I see Mr. Hogan.
I think Kelly should be here too shortly.
Yes, I do see. There we go.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us, Council. Would you like us to present the presentation, or would you like to follow along on a piece of paper? How would you like us to do this?
I would like you to, as reasonably briefly as possible, present your request, and then we'll see if council has any questions in that regard.
Perfect. So I will pass this over to Kelly Kenny, who's one of our board members and is taking the point on this project.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and councilors. Thank you for this opportunity. We're excited to be here today. I don't know if everyone's had a chance to read through the presentation. Both Geoff and I are volunteers on the board. Our board at Go Home Lake is 60 years strong and thriving with new members and different demographics. The presentation today is asking for a grant for a multi-use court for the township. This will benefit those who not only travel by water, but those who travel by land as well. So it will be open to everyone within the township. And I think it really speaks to the heart of the idea of something that will bring us all together. This is not a one-time event or a one-time grant that we're asking for. Or sorry, it is a one-time grant that we're asking for that will live on into the future. So this is not a one-time kind of proposal, I guess, in terms of an event that lasts for 1 year and then moves on. This is for something that will last. So I wanted to to make that point. As well, I wanted to just point out that it does reflect the diverse population and of the township, and speaks really to the heart of Georgian Bay and all of the makeup of the different people and the different communities within it, which makes it so special. So we could go on to the next slide. Thank you. So this is for, as I said, a multi-use court. This would be a court that you can use for tennis, for badminton, for basketball, and for pickleball. Would be fenced in. I won't go through all of the details, but this would be free to use for anyone within the township. What we are asking for today is 50% of the cost. We estimate that to be about $70,000. So we would be asking for a grant from the township of $35,000. Experience in building these types of courts. We can go on to the next slide. So I wanted to point out that where we're proposing this court to be is on Regatta Beach, which I know that the mayor and other local people, some councillors, and also other local visitors from the library, et cetera, have visited over the years to help us with our AGMs, et cetera. The beach is used by a wide variety of demographics. We host our annual regatta. We have live music nights, a local art market. We have Children's Nature Day, which I know the library has also been part of that. Canada Day parade finale, and et cetera. So it has been used. It is used constantly. We have the Go Home Lake Association has a net up there, and it is very well used. But that's kind of all that we have there in that community for sports, for activities that are not just water based. So this would allow that community in particular an area to play court sports, something else that's a little bit different. But as well, I know that, myself included, have traveled many times this summer to MacTier to play at the gym or at the rink, sorry. And there's several people on the lake that are traveling that way. And certainly the people that we've talked to there would be really super interested in a water access place to play as well. And that was specific to pickleball. And then as well, just the point that we are a vibrant, thriving community. As I said in the very beginning, there's generations of people who frequent the lake, those cottages that are now turning over once or twice to the same family. So they are certainly frequented by a large number of people, many of whom are actually permanent residents as well as seasonal residents. I just wanted to also point out that court sports by their nature are very affordable. So this is a very accessible court in terms of not needing a lot of expensive equipment like hockey or something else like that. All you kind of need is a paddle, which you can sign out from the MacTier library as an example to play this sport. So we can go on to the next slide. So, we wanted to point this out right off the top. Yes, this is for this would be accessed by those who travel by water. But as we know, there are lots of people within the township that already come to Go Home Lake. We have lots of great fish on lakes. If you're a fisher, the lake is used a lot for outings, day trips by people in the community. There is water taxi service. There could be more if we could, have some kind of tournament with MacTier and Honey Harbor and Port Severn pickleball courts. We know pickleball in particular, there's a rise in popularity. I don't need to talk about how popular it is, but this does give the township a bit of a unique point of difference with other townships, associations across Canada for sure. And again, speaks to the very diverse nature of Georgian Bay Township. Again, I wanted to point out there's 430 cottage lots. And again, as I've said earlier, they are not frequented by one family for all of those, one person for all of those lots. There are multi-generations of people attending of all different ages and stages. As well, a multi-use court appeals to younger people who want to go and shoot hoops. It appeals to older people who want to play pickleball, and all of those people in between. You can go to the next slide. Proposed location, again, it's at the beach for those of you who have been there. It's a short 8-minute ride from the public launch at Miners Bay, which is free for anyone to pop a boat in, a tinny, whatever, canoe, kayak, and to get to the regatta site is just a bit up the lake. You can see on the blown up slide the pavilion that is already there, and the proposed court would be perpendicular to it, just on an adjacent part of the land. Can go to the next slide. This will just be the proposed vendor. As an example, there's obviously lots of work to do around this, but this is an Ontario-based vendor who the contractor we have spoken to has experience with. So just as an example of someone that we could use, the link is embedded into the presentation that you probably have, so you could always go in there and have a look as well. And they do custom ones as well, so it could be sized to particular land that we're able to use on that site. Can go to the next slide. Project elements, this would not have to be done all at once. The first phase could be just preparing the land. And in fact, it's better to do it over two summers because the land can settle a little bit and we can have a perfectly flat land. So that would kind of be done and the screening put down in the first phase. And then in spring of 2026, we could actually lay the court and build the fencing for a mid launch in the spring of summer of 2026. Okay, we could go to the next slide. That's it. So we can open the floor to questions unless, Geoff, do you want to add anything else at this point?
No, you did an awesome job.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, we'd love to take your questions and comments.
All right, thank you very much. Council, any questions? Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, some clarification, Kelly, if you don't mind. Of course, I'm on the water in the Georgian Bay, so I don't get over to Go Home Lake very much. But the Go Home Lake Cottages Association, I presume, basically is a good representation of all the cottagers on Go Home Lake.
Yes, exactly. So do you mean actually on our board, or do you mean the percentage of
just the full membership? I'm curious to know. Yeah, what is the full membership of the Cottages Association, out of curiosity?
Yeah, we have almost 80% of the cottagers have joined the association, and that is on the rise. So we did a big membership drive this summer, and we're renewing it again in February of next year, and there'll be even more. So my goal is to get to about 85–90% of all cottagers on the lake. So we've been very successful this year of driving that.
Was there any kind of survey done with regards to this proposal?
No, there has not been, but that would be the next step as well. But we, I think anecdotally know that from the use of the volleyball court right now, we know that a few cottagers have tried to put their own sort of, basketball nets or whatever, but we know that there is a need for this sort of thing and a desire, I guess, mostly for this sort of thing on the lake. We also know, again, as I mentioned earlier, that this summer, a few of us on the lake that I know specifically traveled to MacTier to play pickleball. So we know that there is a desire. There's also lots of people would really love to get more exercise. So you'll often see people jogging down the Go Home Lake road, which personally is I think a little bit dangerous. So we know that there is a desire to engage in more of these types of activities outside of just doing water sports. A lot of people live there all summer long, even for more than just the 2 months of July and August. There's also, people that live on the road. So yeah, hope that answered the question.
It does. I mean, and I think there'll be some other cottage associations that'll be very interested to see how this goes, and may also want to look at the same type of idea. But thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Hazelton, please.
Yes. Kelly, first question. What funds have been raised by the community so far?
We have not raised any yet. This was our first step, was to come and propose this, because we would need grant funding from the township in order to proceed. So, but we are committing to raising half of the cost of it through our donations, but also through the Go Home Lake Cottage Owners Association budget. So we would put whatever portion we need to within there. So that is our proposal of asking the township to fund half up to a ceiling of $35,000.
But I could add that we do have a significant reserve right now that would be partially used for this activity.
Excellent. So just a couple of one point of immense congratulations. I would say that your membership percentage is higher than most communities in our township. So, good work on that side. I wanted to ask Jazz a question, Mayor, if I can.
Okay.
So, Jazz, there were pickleball courts built in Honey Harbor and the Hamlet. The funding came from the community, 50% or more. But could you tell me what budget that came from? Was it not the capital budget?
Sorry, I apologize. Thank you. I don't know why that's.
It's okay. I need to hear it 2 or 3 times. I'm a slow listener.
Thank you, Mark. It's here through you to Councillor Hazelton. It was actually, it is a capital budget item. However, it was funded through development charges, 50%, and the other 50% was community fundraised.
Okay, so the reason why I think that's important is the Regatta Beach, as some people will know, but others may not, is a township-owned facility. The pavilion on the beach was built by the township. I was project manager of that probably 40 years ago. And so I think that there is an opportunity here for our township to leverage the fact that because this is township property, it becomes a township asset, just like the pavilion is a township asset. And this may be funded through different mechanisms other than this grant process. But when you look at what the township has already done for Go Home Lake in setting aside that Regatta Beach and the property and pavilion, I would suggest that this is a good complement to it. But I think the budget process or the funding process needs to come from a different path. And that actually make it easier for the folks on Go Home Lake to get this if there are development charge funds that could be used, etc. So I think we should explore that, and I'm not sure it needs to be part of this this grant process. I think there's probably a simpler process and probably better structured for the folks from Go Home Lake.
Thank you. Councilor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. One is that you mentioned 3 locations for currently that are for pickleball: Honey Harbor, Port Severn, and MacTier. Is that correct?
Those are the ones that I know about. I personally played at MacTier in the rink. Unfortunately, it's a short time frame. Well, fortunately for hockey players, because they closed it mid-August. I think the one in I'm not sure actually. I know the Port Severn one is full year round. Honey Harbor, I believe, is also seasonal, but I know the MacTier ones there was 6 courts, I think, at the rink that were used, and then it flips over back to the rink in mid-August.
Fair enough. I just wanted to clarify also that all those locations are accessible by road and water.
Port Severn, I suppose. I don't know if someone else can answer that question from a geographical.
I should clarify. Port Severn would be boat and then road to get to it. You'd have to do 2 things, but they're accessible to most of southern Georgian Bay, the 2 locations, Honey Harbor and Port Severn. And then MacTier would be accessible to your community, but also the north end of our coastal community would have access through MacTier. So to that kind of activity. So this is not road access. This is only water access. So it's pretty much exclusively for the Go Home Lake community, not the broader community that these other sites service. So I'm drawing that to our attention. I think it's important, and I also think it's important that if the community wants something like this and it's only accessible to that community, maybe that community needs to raise the money. So thank you. That's my position.
Could I just add that it's also accessible for the Go Home Bay community, because there's the chute that connects the two. So with the truck there, you're able to bring your boat into the water. So I just wanted to point that out as well. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm well aware of Go Home Bay and where they access and what they don't access, and that's a pretty rare thing that you're talking about. Go Home Bay goes to a marina in King Bay. That's their sort of home base, or Honey Harbor. Thank you.
Councillor Bocek, please.
Yes, further to the comments that were made by my fellow councillors. I happen to travel to Honey Harbor for pickleball. I happen to travel to Port Severn for pickleball. I have a lot of friends in Honey Harbor and Port Severn. I have a lot of friends on Go Home Lake too. And for me to go up to Go Home Lake and have Councillor Pretko or some of my other friends pick me up from the dock and take me out to play pickleball, I think that's pretty much servicing the township and not only the people of Go Home Lake. So I support this wholeheartedly, and I would really like to get up there and play some pickleball with you folks.
Us too.
All right, not seeing any more hands. Next on my list is the MacTier District Community Housing Corporation.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There is no one scheduled to attend on behalf of that organization today.
All right. The next on our list is the MacTier Legion. And I know somebody's here to present on this.
Good morning, Your Worship, Council and staff. My name is Bruce Henn. I am the current branch president of the Royal Canadian Legion in MacTier. I've been a member for 44 years in December, and I am a third-generation life member. We have served the MacTier community for 75 years with currently 97 members. Our branch is committed to making a difference in the lives of the veterans and their families while providing essential services in our community and remembering the men and women who sacrificed for the country and our freedoms. We encourage and promote community spirit and support all forms of provincial, municipal, or community service for any charitable purpose. We also support our seniors, helping those in need, as well as providing youth sports programs, providing student bursaries, and being partners in the school's breakfast program. Our branch also acts as the emergency safe place for both the MacTier Public School and the district housing building. We are here today to ask for $7,500 to replace our windows on the west side of the building. The current windows are single pane, moldy, and decaying frames. New windows would be energy efficient, make it easier to regulate inside temperatures, create 5 to 18% savings in energy, and provide increased comfort as well as doing our part for the environment. On behalf of the branch, we would like to thank you for this opportunity to present today. In closing, I would like to thank the Georgian Bay Township for being part of our Remembrance Day service and donating to our Poppy Fund. Lest we forget, thank you, Miigwech. Oh, I didn't realize that we had.
Well, yeah, thank you very much.
Awesome.
I appreciate all the slides that you shared with us in your presentation, but I'm glad you didn't go through each one by one, but I think there can be no doubt that you do a lot for the community.
Thank you.
If you're not offended by such a brief summary. Councillor Bocek, please.
A quick question through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if Jennifer Schneier is on here. I think she is. I'm just wondering if there's any funding available through any of our initiatives that we've engaged in to help these folks out, and would that help subsidize the amount that they're asking for, or would that be in addition to the amount they're asking for? And perhaps Jennifer isn't here, so I can let that question. Oh, there she is. Okay. Jennifer, did you hear my question?
Could you repeat it again, please, Councillor Bocek?
Sir, the request is for upgrading of windows from single pane to double pane, creating energy efficiency, getting rid of mold problems and things like that. We have engaged in many different energy efficiency programs, and know we're looking at upgrading the township's facility. Would any of that funding be available to the Legion? And my question was, would the funding be available to complete this project in its whole, or would this be in addition to the funding that they're asking for now?
The most recent funding program that I know about allows organizations to do a complete overhaul of their facilities with respect to windows and doors, as well as installing a heat pump, perhaps a new furnace. This is something that I could definitely share with Bruce about an option for him to be able to access it. Those programs are, you get like a $20,000 loan from this organization, in which case the municipality could, if it's the will of council, provide the $7,500, which means that they would only need a grant of $13,500, which would be, you know, advantageous for them because it's less money they need to borrow, but it's a very, very favorable interest rate. Yeah, so I would recommend, Bruce, that you and I chat about that offline. And thanks for finding my glasses, by the way.
You're welcome. Thanks very much, Jennifer, for your comments. And I think it's necessary that we take advantage of all these funding opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, just a quick question. I think it's a very legitimate request. I'm just curious to know, is the building currently insulated? I think the windows would be rather redundant if we don't have an insulated building to begin with. And I'm just wondering what the status of the building as a whole is at this time.
Yes, sir. It's very well insulated.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
It's just you can feel, you know, just kind of wind and leaking through the windows. And that would almost be a complete job because we only have 2 other windows on the other side. It's just they're big windows.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
The weak link, so to speak. Any other questions? I guess that's it. Thank you very much, Mr. Henn.
Thank you so much for your time.
All right. Next on my list is the Georgian Bay Township Historical Society. I see Mr. Breckbill. And do I dare tell you there is a time limit? Yeah. Thank you.
So as we already know, I'm Ron Breckbill. I'm from the Georgian Bay Township Historical Society, and I'm here today to request a grant in the amount of $5,000. And the purpose of this request will be for signs for the Heritage Park and the Brissett Homestead Heritage Park and its adjacent areas. The rationale behind that is the Historical Society is wanting to promote our assets and activities, and there have been a lot more activities that have happened on that site in the past year or so. We're supporting the Township Community Plan to link town segments together. We've talked about this many times. The waterfront park, the municipal building, library, the Petrocan, and creating a connection between all of the assets that are here in the township, in this immediate township area. And this is just the first phase of a long-term plan for signage. And why now is because the township has graciously given us money to complete the pathway from the Brissett Homestead Heritage Park up to the Petrocan, and we're expecting completion date of that will be early in 2025. And thank you very much for that. And we're excited to see that. It's going to meander up through the woods behind there and end in a crosswalk over to the Petrocan, the Tim Hortons and the restaurants and the public washrooms. And also our new signs that we're proposing, we want to promote our society's new website that is incorporating, most importantly, our photo archival capability, and it is going to provide a repository for historical society pictures and any community pictures made available. And so our signs will have our QR code and link to the website. So what we did, our committee reviewed signs used in parks elsewhere, and I think on the next slide it might show what we looked at as examples. Oh, let's see. Yeah, just go one more. Oh, sorry. I'm the one that's bad. So we've followed mock-ups to visualize other designs that we've looked at, and we want to be, they're going to be developed and agreed on by the team and the township as well. And we kind of want a nature theme, and so we've used ideas borrowed from other parks. The two signs that we're speaking of specifically, the pathway sign, that would be the sign up at the Petrocan end of our pathway, about 4 by 8, and the entrance signs about 5 foot by 3'5" long. And so the next slide, I think, shows some examples of what we look. There we go. And these are just some examples of other much larger parks, of course, but you got to think big. So we looked at those. And if you could go on to the next slide, you can see that we like the signpost, the rough timbers and such. And so if you go on to the next slide, this is a mock-up of what we're looking at now. If you can picture going up, and just before you go through the drive-through to the Tim Hortons, this would be on the right-hand side, which is where the path will come up. And we've already spoken to Gary at the Petrocan, and he's on board for this. And so that sign there would be quite large because there's actual studies done in terms of the speed you're moving and how large the lettering should be and whatnot. And we've used symbols on it that are recognizable: dog walking, picnic tables, etc. And you see our QR code. We have an emblem there for the Seg Bay Chamber of Commerce for tourist information. And of course, at the top, we would like to use the township logo as well. And this would also be in coordination with the township. We would want to do this. And if you go to the next slide, this shows from Lone Pine Road approaching the Petrocan in the left turn lane. And I think the next one I like a little bit better. The picture shows it. Would actually promote the park as well. We haven't decided yet whether we want to put symbols on that. We don't want to make it too large, but it has to be big enough to be noticed when you turn in. And what I would like to do is, if you could skip ahead 2 or 3, we have some other, here, just beyond that. These are not in this proposal, but going forward, these are the kind of signs that we feel we can do out of our own budget. And this would be at an example of at the lockmaster's office. There's some old signs there now that give some examples of that. Again, our QR code connection to our website. And if we go to the next sign, and there's 2 different examples we've been looking at, is to have a directory down there which would send you to food court, washrooms, variety store, library, public beach, farmer's market, these kind of things. So you could do like a kind of what we kind of refer to as the MASH sign, where they had in that TV series where they had all those signposts going that way, or the other one as well, keeping with that. And then going, if you could go to the next slide, we have this one. Of course, we're fortunate to have all these EV charging stations at our exit stop. I think we've got to be one of the largest areas on the 400 and certainly recognizable. So this would be down, more where it's visible from the charging station. So the people are sitting in there ready to get their cars charged up, and it would, again, they want to get out of their car, walk over to the park, enjoy our historic displays, whatnot. And so that would be going forward another example. And then there's one more slide there that as we go through, ignore poison ivy, please, but we thought going through, there is a small little woods there that does contain a variety of species of trees and plants, and we thought that it would be, informative and kind of interesting if people were wandering down through there to identify some of the species. We've talked about even planting some bushes and whatnot that attract pollinators and such, and doing some sort of promotion on, with that as well. So again, requesting $5,000 to cover these two signs, one at the top of the pathway up by the Petrocan, and another one at the entrance to the Heritage Park, with the timber boards, wooden posts, and whatnot. And we're estimating the material cost around $2,500 and the installation costs around $2,500. We're a little bit concerned up at the top of the hill because it is bedrock up there. So the sign down in the yard would be a fairly simple installation, but up there we might have to do some rock anchoring and whatnot, and which could run up a bit. And we're finding more and more that to hire these things done, that it's starting to cost quite a bit of money. So our time frame is to design these signs over the winter in coordination with the township building department and with the sustainability department and whoever might want to be involved, and hopefully install them in the spring when the path will be ready to go. So thank you very much.
10 minutes.
Well, I'm getting good.
Well done. Council, any questions about the request for financing for signs? Go, you gave us a fully informed presentation. Thank you very much.
I got an IT guy now.
Oh, well, we could tell from the slides. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
MacTier Railroad Heritage Society, Mr. Cameron.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of council and staff. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm standing in for Bill Demkiw, who is stuck on a plane in Cuba at the current time. Anyway, I also understand that there's been a significant amendment to this submission. The original one was $5,000. And when we looked at the math, it was actually 3,500 is what we're looking for. So just want to clear that up. As many of you know, MacTier has a significant history with Canadian Pacific, now Canadian Pacific Kansas City Railway. And it's been the, I guess, mission of this Heritage Society to maintain that historical connection. So subsequently, as a result of that, there are two requests built into this submission. One is to repaint the caboose that sits very close to the MacTier library. It is indeed in need of a repaint. Bill has estimated that to be around $1,500, talking to some local painters. And then the other request, which I find really significant, but also kind of fun. The old Anglican church in MacTier, now defunct, is now the home of an artist, and he has to have the roof rebuilt, which would require the removal of a bell at the top that was used to ring people into church. What's interesting about this is that this bell comes from an old Canadian Pacific steamer from quite a while ago. Now, to get it down is quite a job because the artist that owns this facility now would have to have a crane come in, and the Heritage Society is going to look after the removal of the bell because you couldn't carry it down a ladder. But what's interesting is I'm a retired school principal, and I know that old bells are mounted and placed in front of the schools so that this bell will need a home. And the amount that Bill is looking at from, so again, talking to local contractors, around $2,000, the amount of money that would be needing, subsequently leading to our request of $3,500. And, oh, sorry, and just that bell too would be situated near the caboose so that it'd all be together for the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Actually, my question would be for our CAO or Ms. Radigan. And the one thing I don't understand is whether or not the painting of the caboose is something that township maintenance would normally handle, or does it have to be something that is requested by an individual? I would have guessed at this point that the caboose was sort of a township asset, and wouldn't that just be covered through our regular maintenance programs?
CEO Mariotti.
We own the building.
I don't know who owns the caboose.
Do you know if we own that building?
That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, I believe it was placed there by CP because so many of the previous now deceased MacTier residents were engineers or yardmen or whatever. So I honestly don't know if it's actually owned by the municipality or the Heritage Society or nobody. I honestly don't know.
Ms. Schneier, are you appearing because you have the answer?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to clarify that it is owned by the Railway Society. And a few years ago, we worked through the grant with respect to when we did the mural for the streetscaping. We also painted the caboose at the time. So we did that as a municipal sort of like a courtesy to the Railway Society because it's such a valuable asset. But we did that through a grant funding. And I believe also we put anti-graffiti paint on the caboose to be sure that it stayed yellow for the majority of the time. And I think that was done, I think 5 years ago we put that mural up, Ron. I can't remember. But we did the caboose at the same time.
Okay, thank you. I mean, it seems like a small amount of money, but thank you for the clarifications.
Any other questions?
I guess sort of the corollary to that is that if it is under $1,500 to paint, would that request go through the would you separate it out and put it through the two different processes, or is it not even worth it? Just leave them bundled together.
Well, at this point, I mean, I think we will discuss whether we agree to it, and then we'll let the budget team decide which line it belongs on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
that.
Thanks for your time, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, so we have two more presentations, and apparently, sorry. Okay, so we're next going to hear from Georgian Bay Forever, and I must say that we're now 5 minutes ahead of schedule, and we're way behind. So we had a good series of presenters recently. Whether or not that means they get greater chance at approval, I don't know. Time will tell. Ms. Carpenter.
Hi, good morning. I'm just going to share my screen, and I heard you're ahead of schedule, so I'll try to keep it that way.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Okay, so hopefully you can see my screen. Please let me know if you can't. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my presentation today and accommodating a virtual presentation. I'm Nicole. I work for Georgian Bay Forever as a science projects manager. I'm familiar with many of council today, and I'm sure you're familiar with Georgian Bay Forever as well. And hopefully you remember me from last year. We are an environmental charity with a mission to protect, enhance, and restore Georgian Bay's aquatic ecosystem. And one way we've been doing this for many years here in Georgian Bay Township is by removing invasive Phragmites from the wetlands. And I'd like to thank the township for many previous years of funding that have made this work possible. So what we have here is a map of the township. Just a reminder, we work to remove invasive Phragmites on the coast of Georgian Bay. So we're not inland in the township, just along Georgian Bay. And we've been intensively working in the township for about 5 to 6 years now. And this is sort of what we're seeing to date. So each dot on the map is a point that Phragmites is growing or was growing. So green are sites that we continue to monitor, but they've been eradicated up to date. So we're not seeing any regrowth here. Red are sites that are left untreated at the end of the year. Yellow are sites that have been cut by our staff or volunteers. And then blue is native Phragmites. Some black dots on the map here show Georgian Bay Islands National Park points. There are a lot more, as you might know, around Beausoleil Island, which I'm not showing on our map here, but some of the other sporadic sites on some of their smaller islands, we do map. So all of our work is accomplished by working with and training community groups who are then able to spread knowledge and manage Phragmites on their own within their community. We host training workshops, we attend markets, hand out educational material, and we do this not only in Georgian Bay Township, but all along southeastern Georgian Bay from Tay Township up the coast as far as Britt. We only use manual removal methods focusing on aquatic Phragmites growth. In the last couple of years, the water levels have been dropping in Georgian Bay a little bit every year, which have been turning our aquatic sites into more terrestrial sites. So this has posed a bit of a challenge in our control methods, but it doesn't mean it can't be done. It just changes our technique from cutting in the water to cutting on land. And this is just a bit more labor intensive and a bit slower, but it does work. And we have seen success in both methods. We do all of our mapping in June and then all of our cutting in July and August when the plant is at its primary growth stage. And this is the most effective time to do the removal. And it's before seeds have developed so we can prevent any sort of spread. So our goal with this project is to eventually be able to leave the management of Phragmites to the community with some help from Georgian Bay Forever. So we have seen success with this in some areas a little further north. So for example, South Channel and Sans Souci area is completely community led, in which members of cottage associations or some residents go out and manage the Phragmites on their own, with the odd maybe request to Georgian Bay Forever for a little bit of help, but not much. Currently in Georgian Bay Township, we have 623 sites under management. Almost half of these, 300, are eradicated, which is huge. This is really good progress and success within the township. In addition, our staff and volunteers cut 84 sites, or 6,500 meters squared was removed from the wetlands in 2024. This equates to a total of 62% control in all of the township waters of Georgian Bay. But there still is quite a bit of Phragmites left over. As you might have noticed in that map, kind of the southern region of the township is a lot more infested with Phragmites. So Georgian Bay Forever wants to continue to be able to work with the community and help get those number and sizes of sites down to a more manageable level, in which community members and volunteers and property owners on the shoreline are able to successfully manage them on their own. This year, we conducted our annual community cut at Quarry Island. So it was the 4th year in a row that we were here. Again, really seeing big success here. On the north side of Quarry Island, there used to be a few very large patches that are not growing back or are growing back in small amounts. We also did a community cut down in the Port Severn wetlands. And we work closely with the Nature Conservancy of Canada, the Georgian Bay Land Trust, and the Severn Sound Environmental Association to do all of these activities, as well as Georgian Bay Islands National Park. So they helped out with some of our community cuts, as well as we have a volunteer agreement with parks to allow Georgian Bay Forever to do some cutting on parks properties. So for example, we were cutting, there's a big patch at the entrance of Little Dog Channel in Honey Harbor, and a few other smaller patches around that we're able to tackle. We also started doing some drone flying, and we're currently in the process of analyzing that imagery. So I don't have much to show council right now, but I'd be happy to follow up with that. Down at Green Island, we were flying our drone in as a way to map Phragmites really quickly and more efficiently. So it's important that we continue this work on Georgian Bay, as we know how rapidly Phragmites can spread and grow if left untreated. Phragmites growing in wetlands poses a serious threat to all species, including those at risk. So this year, just for example, we came into contact with a lot of Blanding's turtles and Massasauga rattlers within and near the patches of Phragmites, further demonstrating the importance of our removal efforts. So our request to council for 2025 is that of $20,000 to continue this progress. So as usual, in addition to Georgian Bay Forever matching this support, it's used to hire summer students, conduct removal activities, and carrying out our day-to-day work on the water and with the community. Another new thing that I just wanted to bring to attention to council, Georgian Bay Forever is potentially starting to put together a Georgian Bay-wide Phragmites collaborative. So we would like to pull together everyone working on Phragmites management in some capacity around Georgian Bay to share resources, funding, people, challenges and successes, bringing up things like new research and new techniques for control. We're in the preliminary stages of this right now, and we hope to get municipalities involved along with our First Nations, nonprofits, and other environmental groups in the Georgian Bay area. So again, this is very much in the beginning stages, but as long as everything goes to fruition, we hope to reach out to the municipality for some involvement in this in the future. Thank you. And if council has any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you very much. Council, any questions of Ms. Carpenter with regards to the Georgian Bay Forever application? Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Nicole, for the presentation. Just a couple of quick questions regarding who is doing the work, so to speak. And for clarification, when it's a national park like Bosley Island, who cuts the Phragmites there besides your organization? What is the national park doing about this, and how are they funding you, et cetera, if at all?
So the national park, in previous years, they have had funding for Phragmites removal, and they were able to do it on their own. But recently, they have not had funding or their own resources to put into Phragmites removal. So the past 2 years, we've signed a volunteer agreement with them, which has allowed Georgian Bay Forever to do some cutting and help out. Though unfortunately, this past year, 2024, they didn't do much, and that's where we were able to come in and help out.
So on that note, what's being done to bring them into line, so to speak, if they've abdicated their responsibility? It sounds like to me. It's very nice that your organization has filled in the meantime, but who's speaking to them on a national basis saying, what are you going to do about this?
I'm not sure. I think we've been trying to work with the park as much as possible, and that's part of the reason why we want to pull together this collaborative and get the park more involved. I'm not sure of the specific details as to why they're not doing removal at the park. It sounds like there's maybe a few different things, but I can't speak to that too much. But I do have a contact there that I'd be happy to look into it and advise council.
So thank you for that, and I would ask that you maybe get in touch with me, because we do have somebody from our community that is exceedingly, in fact, the most senior person at Parks Canada from Township of Georgian Bay.
Okay.
Summer resident. Anyway, I'd be happy to try and help out with that, but I also just wanted to understand in terms of volunteerism, you can see from your diagrams that there's a lot of the work is in an area where it's dense and dense population, the most southern portion. And I'd just like to understand what degree of volunteerism you're seeing taking care of that very sort of dense area where there's challenges, to say the least. What are the volunteers? So is 10% of the work done by volunteers, 50% of it, 1% of it? Can you tell me that? Approximately.
Yeah, it'll be a bit of a guess, but not, I would say around 5 to 10% of it is done by volunteers. There's a challenge with volunteer recruitment, but also a lot of the sites being deep in wetlands, just the accessibility of getting to the sites. So where there's a lot of sites that are like I said, deep in wetlands that we try to cover, and we do as much as possible. And the sites that are growing on property owners' shorelines, I would say the ones that are growing on people's shorelines, we've got maybe 70% of them, the property owners do manage them on their own, but it's just their own patches. So they're not going out and cutting other ones around the township. But a lot of times we show up at a site that's in front of someone's cottage and we find out it's already been cut, or the property owner comes out and chats with us and gives us a hand, or we work together to remove it. So in that sense, on private property, we are seeing a lot of involvement from those community members.
So as you probably are aware, the more northerly communities, Goham Bay, Wawatesi, Cognasheen, they're looking after their backyard, not just their only their backyard, but their neighbors and area, pretty much, and have been for years, and that's why it's not out of control. But I'm just wondering what sort of recruitment initiatives could take place to get broader community service. There's a large population in the southern part of our coastal area, and hopefully some recruitment could help out. Have you tried to work with the Cottage Association in Honey Harbor, for example? And I think there's a couple of them, some more informal than others, but.
Yes, we've worked with the Honey Harbor Association, and I still have members of that association going around cutting, like you said, cutting their own sites, but noticing some, around the corner or at another island. So we are seeing that, I would say, in Honey Harbor and north, but not as much south of Honey Harbor. I don't know exactly why, but it seems, I don't know of as many associations down that way. So the community connection doesn't seem to be as prevalent as in Honey Harbor and north. So it's more so south of there we do have residents doing it on their own, but not necessarily, cottagers or residents doing it on their own, but not necessarily with in their backyard, as to say.
Thank you for the answers, and I wish you luck with the recruitment part of it, because that's the key to the longer term. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, another key is the issue that this stuff's going to keep coming back unless other agencies get involved as well. I know we've talked about the national park with regards to Bosley, but you have Awenda, which I think is provincial, right? And then you have SSEA, and I know they're involved in Phragmites as well in the Severn Sound area. And then we have Department of Transport, Ministry of Transport, and district roads that I think we need to have some way of addressing as well, or else we're just going to keep fighting this stuff, because it'll keep coming in as we take it out due to the fact that other people are not minding their backyards. What kind of affiliations or arrangements do we have with, say, the provincial parks and people that are involved in roads, be it district, district, provincial, federal? And finally, I presume you do work with the SSEA, but I just want that confirmation.
Yes, we do work with the SSEA, all the environmental organizations, all the Georgian Bay Biosphere, Georgian Bay Land Trust. So all of those ones, yes, we do work with, and we make sure we're not duplicating any efforts in that sense. So I'll just answer that part first. For Ontario parks, we have Awenda and Massasauga Provincial Park, which is just north of the township. So both of those provincial parks are doing removal themselves. So Massasauga, they have been consistently doing removal and monitoring. I get updates from them each year, and it's in really good shape up there because they have been able to continue this. And then recently, actually, an old staff member, one of my old students from Georgian Bay Forever, is now working or was working for Awenda, and they were doing some frag removal this past summer. So I wouldn't say between Georgian Bay Forever and Awenda, we don't have I haven't been in contact with them too much, but I do know that they are doing some removal on their own. And it's possible that Georgian Bay Forever did some training with them many years ago, but I wasn't around, so I'm not 100% sure on that. I've been with Georgian Bay Forever for about 4 years, so some of the stuff about 5 to 10 years ago, before I was with the organization, that happened. I know some, but not everything. And then in terms of roadside Phragmites you were asking about, so we do, I know that the township does some roadside spraying, which is fantastic. And part of this collaborative that we're pulling together and bringing municipalities into that is we want to kind of help municipalities and provide any training if needed, not on the spraying side, but on the identification and best management practices, be able to kind of create a space that municipalities can learn more about that, and also find out about various funding resources for that. So that's kind of what we're working on right now.
But nothing with the province with regard on roads, or the province, I guess, would be the other one.
As of right now, not much. I do have a contact there that keeps me posted on their plans for spraying and what they have sprayed and what they do plan on spraying. A few years ago, we created, with the Township of the Archipelago, we put together some resolutions that municipalities can sign and put forward to the Ministry of Transportation about Phragmites management. That was a few years ago, and we just haven't gotten back to that. But we do have plans to get into that some more, and we do want to be able to push the MTO a bit more for control up the highways, because it's the main vector of spread. So
No kidding. I mean, if we can get to the Georgian Bay, so can Phragmites by road. So
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any more hands, I'm going to say thank you very much, Ms. Carpenter, for your presentation.
Thank you.
And our last presentation before we take a break and then get into the decision mode will be from the Georgian Bay Association. And I see Mr. Carson, Ms. Needham, Jones.
Hello, Your Worship and fellow councillors. Can everybody see and hear me?
Yes.
And township staff, as I should also recognize. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Rolf Jones. For those of you who do not know me, better known as Rolls Jones recently until. But that's okay. I might add that when I played basketball back in the day, whenever they wrote my name in the newspaper, it was either Roger, Ralph, or Ross or something else. So I'm always pleased when I see my name spelled correctly. I'm here as a part of the Vision 2050 team today. I promise to be as succinct as I possibly can, because people who do know me know that I like to chat a little bit. We have John Carson here as well as Allison Needham. John is our chair of the Vision 2050 team. Allison is our acting executive director of GBA, and I, as past president, and part of the team, and will lead this discussion. I will share the presentation that I'm going to give. So I will drive, and now I just have to remember how to make it full screen. And but in the meantime, while I'm looking for that,
if you just hit Control and then the L down at the same time, it'll go in presentation mode.
Well, there we go. Thank you for that. So Vision 2050, Protecting Georgian Bay's Future. And our tagline is bringing communities and stakeholders together to develop a vision for protecting the Georgian Bay coast and natural environment into the future. And before we proceed to the next slide, I'd like to just do a very quick color commentary to add additional leaves to the branches of the tree of what we're going to talk about today. And from our particular point of view, and I would say that this is not just specifically part of GBA's point of view, I think the people who have spoken here today and the people that you speak with up and down the bay have seen different things happen over the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Very specific events, changes of water, changes of water quality, water levels, the amount of cottages coming into and all around Georgian Bay. It's been quite significant. So part of today's discussion is around that. And basically what we're here to talk today about is we are the caretakers of Georgian Bay, not Georgian Bay Association, but all of us are caretakers of Georgian Bay, and we're here to mitigate whatever risks and threats that we may be facing. We are trying to find answers to. And I think it's probably no surprise that we've heard, we've seen the Toronto population grow infinitesimally. We've watched places like, just about any farmland between Toronto and Georgian Bay has been filled up with many houses over the years. And the population growth is predicted and projected to grow by 50% in the GTA. Excuse me, and closer to home in Muskoka and Simcoe County is projected to grow between 30 to 50% between now and 2050. And that expansion is going to affect the ecosystems of Georgian Bay. And again, as mentioned, the natural environment, our waters, our wildlife habitat, our wetlands, they're already under threat. And rapid growth and development will have an additional knock-on effect, as will the recreational use, climate change, invasive species, water and microplastic pollution. And I guess the existential question that we need to ask ourselves here is what happens if we don't act? And we would posit, and I think a lot of other people would agree, that we risk losing the natural areas, habitats, and the tranquility that we've always enjoyed if we don't do something. So, you know, from years of experience, we know that a reactive approach doesn't work. And whilst many of us are trying to do as many good things as possible, whether it's municipal, government level, within the NGOs, the provincial government at present is not prepared to handle this level of growth while still protecting the Georgian Bay environment. And we believe that, and this is where we put the I in things, that the GBA is in a position, it's in a leadership role to help advocate and help put together a comprehensive plan that ensures that the future of Georgian Bay is protected. And we've, you know, Georgian Bay Association has had a long history of advocating for the Bay. And I think, you know, one of the things that we have to remember is that GBA is an advocacy group, so that we, you know, our very existence is to come to meetings like this and advocate for the protection of a better Bay. So with that in mind, I will then jump into the formal presentation that was sent to the township and the mayor and council. The Georgian Bay Association is seeking an application for $15,000 to go towards building a plan or position paper. What we are trying to do is develop a vision and a concept proposal on development planning and environment protection for the eastern and northern Georgian Bay coast area over the next 25 years and beyond, and aiming to preserve the region's unique natural environment, ecosystems for future generations. And recognizing the development pressures, the project will outline the rationale, the policies and actions required to achieve that objective. The vision will provide a region-wide framework for planning, development, and environmental standards to protect Georgian Bay's natural environment and ecosystems. And the first stage, stage one, will bring together top environmental and planning experts to develop a position paper that lays a vision and a roadmap for long-term preservation. John Carson has done a great deal of work as the team, but specifically John reached out to a number of very well-known planning and environmental teams throughout Ontario. And we had exceptional conversations, which led to more conversations and more conversations and more conversations. And ultimately, we think that we have come upon a group that can assist us. They have a national profile. They have an international profile. Although we have decided as a team that we shouldn't engage them in a fulsome contract until we've raised the monies to facilitate the full project. So, you know, what we are hoping to get out of this initiative and the goals. I'm switching here just to read off paper because I see all these beautiful faces that are covering half the presentation. So I'll just read from what I can have here on the desktop. So we want to foster a coalition of stakeholders to collaborate and support the initiative. We want to design a vision for conservation and development policies across the Bay's eastern and northern coastal regions to accommodate stakeholder needs. We want to finalize a position paper that clearly articulates a vision for protecting Georgian Bay into the future. We want to expand upon conservation of natural and ecological valuable areas, ensuring that they are protected by stronger and consistent policies. We want to support Canada's Nature Plan 2030 and commitments to the global biodiversity framework. The point that isn't actually on here, and that's my bad, we skipped it, but we want to strengthen planning standards and official plans and zoning bylaws, and we want to partner with Indigenous communities to preserve Indigenous protected and conserved areas. And ultimately, what we want to do with this initiative is engage as many stakeholders as possible. So this past summer, we met with a number of different groups. So we've sat down with the GB5. We've met certain councillors. We've socialized this within our Coastal Protection Committee at the GBA level. But there are many groups who normally come here and present. We've already discussed this idea with, and I would say that overwhelmingly, to quote Siskel and Egbert, we've received 2 thumbs up as far as what our initiative is and what we're trying to accomplish. I'm not sure how specific we want to get into the budget, and I know that we're tight for time. So perhaps what we could do is skip over this, and if there's a particular question, we can bounce back to this and answer any particular thing here more fulsomely. This is our catchment basin. This is the northern and eastern coasts that we're focusing on. Again, the proposed budget is 150,000 plus. To date, we've raised over 50% of our goal, and we will, we continue to work with people along the bay to invest in this initiative. But we are also asking the township if they would also invest in this particular initiative. And we feel that this 2050 initiative aligns with some of your TGB mission and strategic goals, in as much as that we are assisting and protecting and preserving the natural environment on the eastern and northern coasts of Georgian Bay. I think, and I do believe, that once we get the stage 1 paper written and shared with the many stakeholders, that this will help streamline planning and processes and procedures, not only within TGB, but along and with the other coastal municipalities on Georgian Bay. But specifically, we're here today to discuss the township and engage with Indigenous communities. We want to engage in more fulsome conversations so that we understand their needs, their wants, and their vision to layer in with what we are trying to accomplish here. And basically, as a recap, what this initiative is meant to do is protect the coastal region, everything that it represents, from culture and aesthetic values through to the ecosystems that we have. I know that many people along here realize that we have some of the most sacred of wetlands of all the Great Lakes, and they support so many different species, flora and fauna. But basically, at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is develop a well-defined plan that prioritizes conservation, community involvement, and sustainable development. And really, the last slide is, don't let the sun set on our dreams of protecting this bay for generations to come. Questions? Oh, thank you. And questions?
Thank you very much. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. A quick question. The funds that are being asked for today, this is a more or less startup for your vision of 2050. Will there be a repeated ask to continue this program in the future yearly, or do you think that this ask here will cover you off for some time and you won't be back next year?
Excellent question. And the way our vision is, we realize that we can't go to the well too many times on this particular initiative at the level that we're currently asking. We're asking a number of because we're not an organization that can grant tax receipts, we are focusing on approaching different people within the GBA to invest certain levels of monies to help pay for this. What we do see, Brian, or Councillor Bocek, is that once we get this paper done, there'll be more work to come, but it is our belief and our hope, and John Carson can echo this, but we want to get this at the multi-stakeholder level, where then the province and the federal government is getting engaged to help drive this process.
Thank you. And if I would, Mr. Mayor, just a supplement question.
Please go ahead.
In the past, when it came to funding, we were honored by having Rupert Kinsley come in and present. And I'm just wondering, is this because this is a different committee within the GBA that's asking for the funding, or is this the GBA complete? I may be a little confused on Rupert Kinsley's position, but perhaps you can enlighten me with that.
This is a GBA ask. This is a committee or subcommittee within GBA. We have GBA has 22 different directors, and we have, I think, 12 or 14 different files or cabinets, so to speak. And normally, in the past, Rupert Kinsley would come forward and we would do a delegation and present to council. Rupert is retired, so we now have, excuse me, Allison, who is joining us as acting executive director. But I'm hoping I answered the right question, but this is a GBA specific ask.
Thank you very much for that. I'm sorry to hear that Rupert Kinsley's retired, but hopefully you see him at many meetings with other organizations as well. He was very helpful with Muskoka Watershed Council, etc. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Jones, Rolf. Hope I've got that right. I know I did. So just a couple of sort of clarifications, I guess. First of all, in terms of the map that you showed and the area that is sort of under consideration, sort of the eastern shores and northern shores of coastal shores of Georgian Bay.
Yes.
The yellow line that shows the area of interest, shall we say, is that in the south Highway 400 that I sort of see as the most easterly line?
I think let's go back to, this is not a definitive map, Peter.
So it's notional, so to speak.
Well, we are trying to capture from French River down to Severn, whether our electronic pencil sort of captured that properly. I was hoping that it did, but basically we would say from French River down to Severn.
Sorry, Rolf, it's much north of French. It goes into the North Channel. Peter, in answer to your question, yes, it's directional, not definitive.
So you would be inclined to look at areas adjacent to Highway 400 on both sides, and where there are wetlands, and sort of it's not just coastal Georgian Bay, it's some of the inland of the township of Georgian Bay as well. Is that correct?
Yes, some of the inland. The focus is on the coast, but yes, inland, probably largely west of 400.
Fair enough. And final question, if you don't mind. Your request is for $15,000. I saw your budget initially. Was that 125,000 I saw? I'm just trying to remember what I saw on that early slide.
150.
So go ahead, sorry.
150.
Sorry, 150. So we're 10% of the budget, so to speak. Could you tell me, and maybe it was in that budget document that you showed us, but the other municipalities, what sort of contributions are you looking for? Can you reveal that?
We can't reveal, but I would say, Peter, what is transpired is that at this juncture, it seems that we have missed their windows of opportunity to reach out and ask for grants. But it's our intent. We are looking at the McLean Foundation. We're looking at different groups to access the money to facilitate this. And some grant windows were closing or closed when we came to make this particular grant application.
but you're talking about this year. You there's nothing to stop you from going towards the funding or trying to get additional funding for next year, is there?
No, although I would say it is our hope that we would have this 150,000 raised in the coming months. And if the windows of opportunity are there in Jan, Feb, March of next year, we will certainly pursue that.
I'm just encouraging that. I mean, there's certainly municipal money out there, and
yes, absolutely. And we wouldn't expect TGB to shoulder all the burden.
Right. So there's the coastal municipalities. There's even the District of Muskoka. There's places like that, Simcoe County, etc. So I would just encourage for future reference. Those are fairly big and high budget areas. So just encouraging that. Thank you.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Petco, please.
Thank you. And my questions have primarily been covered off by Councillors Bocek and Councillor Cooper. They were around the budget and how that's going to be allocated among other organizations and sources. And I guess the only follow-up I have to that whole discussion, Mr. Jones, is of that $150,000, that's a couple of years of work, as I recall from the budget as it went by quickly on the screen. Is this something that you're asking 150,000? And this is a corollary to Councillor Bocek's question. Within that $150,000, is your ask of $15,000 of us one time, or are we possibly going to be having a visit from you next year to provide more funding for that $150,000?
Again, it is our hope that we would have this 150,000. It was my hope to have to finish the fundraising by this year. It's going a little slower. I think part of that has been due to the very excellent job that the Land Trust has done with its $10 million capital drive. So with us coming along, we're coming along a little late in the game, but the notion here is to not come back to you next year to ask you to pony up any particular funds for this particular initiative, unless we had the paper written and we presented to you some of the very worthwhile outcomes of this, where you might, as a township, say we would like to invest in this because this helps answer one or two of our particular challenges. But as far as us coming to you and saying, will you support Vision 2050 again next year? I'm hoping to have this closed off as far as fundraising again in the coming few months.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm not seeing any further hands. And so, Mr. Jones, Mr. Carson, Ms. Needham, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much for the invitation to present. I greatly appreciate it. And on behalf of the Georgian Bay Association, thank you to all.
Thank you. Council, I'm going to suggest a break. We've been at this for 3 hours, just about 3 hours. And let's come back at 12:05. So it's 14 minutes from now. And then at 12:05, we will look at the overall what's been asked and start seeing if we can make some decisions. Thank you. All right, as most counselors are hopefully returning. So here's the plan. I mean, I don't know, Ms. Radigan, if you want to make any sort of report to us before we start making decisions. No. Okay. So hopefully everybody has a schedule that looks a lot like this that Jazz sent out a short while ago that shows for the last 5 years the grants that we've issued. I think it's important as an overview to note that these grants do not include the, I'm going to call it association and small grants. We have $10,000 in the budget, which I think it was last year we made the decision that staff is free to allocate that money based on applications from various associations, and which would allocate $500 for an event or up to $1,000 for like a camp or something like that. And so our monies here do not include that $10,000, nor are we discussing today the financing for either the library or Severn Sound Environmental. Last year, we allocated $65,000. At this time, there has been I'll call it a hold in our budget for $65,000. We have no obligation to distribute 65. We can do 50. We could do 75. I mean, that's part of the budget deliberations. But what we do have is we have a list of 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, a list of 9, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 organizations have asked for money. We had presentations from 8 of them, I believe. And what I think would be very useful, and what Ms. Radigan has asked us, is if there's any way we can land on the amounts that we think would be fair for each of these organizations today, that would be very helpful in helping narrow that down. What we do today isn't necessarily cast in stone in the sense that we could next week in theory change it, but hopefully we'll make a decision today that we have some confidence in. And I'd like to do it step by step. Councillor Cooper, you have your hand up.
I do, Mayor. Thank you very much for noticing. I think this is a good start. I'm a little bit concerned because, for one thing, we haven't categorized anything here. So there's some very big differences between the kinds of organizations and what they do. So let me give you an example. There's several organizations that are environmental. They're not-for-profit. If we look back on some of the work that some of these organizations have done for us, like the Georgian Bay Great Lakes Foundation, who are not asking for money at the moment, but I'm giving an example. They did water testing work for us that was phenomenally not only good, but probably would have cost us, if we'd gone to a private firm, about 10 times this amount of money. And we had one hell of a good deal for a number of years. That's an example that of not-for-profit and a really good return ROI for our township. So all I'm trying to sort of raise here is that we haven't categorized these things by, are they environmental, are they not-for-profits? It's just sort of whoever's coming to the knocking on the door saying, I want some money. So some very good organizations, but I think it would behoove us to break this out. I'm not trying to hold us up, but on the other hand, I think we need to really think about that. The other couple of things that, so are they profitable? But I also read our most recent guidelines for this category of funding that Ms. Way sent out this morning. And I think if you look at item 2H, it talks about providing a reason and a need, and part of that reason would be financial. And I'm hearing objections that we shouldn't be asking for financial information. I say whether it's a cottage association or any kind of association, we should make ourselves aware of the financial circumstances. And why shouldn't we? Is there a need or not? We found out this morning that the Segbay has $60,000 sitting in their bank. So let's think about that. Is there a need? No, I just am concerned that we're sort of shooting a little bit in the dark because of we haven't categorized things or given consideration to the needs or not for profit or profit for profit marketing organization. Segbay again, another example of nothing like any of these other organizations. So I raise that for your consideration, Mr. Mayor, and the rest of council. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I will make a couple of remarks, and I'm going to ask our clerk to respond to part of what you said. But one, you are correct. We asked people out there who would like to get some money from the township, and 9 organizations came forward. There are many other probably worthy groups that could ask for money, but they didn't. Excuse me. The other thing I'm going to say is there are 9 organizations, so we can try to sort them or organize them, except that it is only 9 that we're dealing with. And Ms. Way, you wanted to make some comment because I think Councillor Cooper made reference to a particular part of the policy.
Correct. So under eligibility criteria, I think you referenced like under section 2, any requests over 1,500, it says any requests over 1,500 should follow the normal delegation process, which is what we're doing here today. The rest of the policy is specific to requests up to 1,500 and don't apply in this circumstance. So there isn't any guidelines or whatnot, which was the direction of council at the time. And if council's not satisfied with that, we can look at this in the future. But right now we're following the process. So requests over 1,500 follow the delegation process to council, which is what we're doing today.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
2H was the reference I made. It deals with the issue of financial need. In order to be able to deal with the issue of financial need, you need to be able to demonstrate the need. So we are requiring more than just something over $1,500.
And that's for the 2H is specific to request up to $1,500. The outline of the policy is only requests from $1 to $1,499. Anyone within that request needs to follow the eligibility criteria. Today's requests are outside the scope of that.
Oh, I'm sorry. So if you want more than $1,500, you don't have to comply. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying they don't have to comply. I'm saying there is no criteria for them to comply.
Same thing. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think we need to work on that. Thank you.
I think that one of the things we need to do is, as we consider each of these, is I'll call it, if I can borrow one of your terms, Councillor Cooper, return on investment. Is this a good investment for our township? But what I would like to do is I'd like to go through this list of requests, and on each one we can say yes, no, maybe, and then at the end we'll see where that ends us up, and we'll do a second visit to it all. But I would like to make the first item that we discussed, that being the application of Georgian Bay Biosphere. That's the one where I have a conflict. So I'd like to step aside, and Councillor Cooper, if you'd be kind enough to chair the meeting for this particular item, I would greatly appreciate it.
Can I interrupt for just a quick moment if you, to the mayor? Yeah, there are organizations that did not put in an application this year that have applied in past years.
Mm-hmm.
Would it behoove us to set a certain amount aside for those that may come in late to the program, which may, in our minds, be legitimate organizations to provide monies to? I'm thinking of food banks, that type of thing.
I mean, I think that, well, my suggestion on that is let's see how today goes, because it could be that we end up only distributing $35,000. I mean, I'm just making up a number.
You're dreaming, but okay.
And but also, the organizations from last year were aware of the process.
Right, I know.
Anyway, with that, I'm going to step aside. Councillor Cooper is going to take over the meeting for a few minutes. Because the first item we're going to discuss is the Georgian Bay Biosphere and their request for $9,995. Thank you, Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll try not to take advantage of center stage here. But thank you for recognizing me to handle this. And so I'd like to hear if there's any comments that people would like to make about this particular application for funds of $99,995 for the Biosphere. Any comments before we give an indication to, at least an indication of where people will fall on this? Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. The Biosphere Reserve has been one of those organizations that's been around for a while now. We've been very staunch supporters of, and they've proven themselves time and again in the way they have provided to the environment. And I think it's a very, very legitimate organization for us to continue to be supporting.
Thank you for that. And Councillor Predko?
Yes, I would echo much of what Councillor Jarvis has just said. I think that they have done a lot of important work in our township, and I think the request was very specific and very directed. So I appreciate that. The only comment I would make, an observation, is that, you know, from our the 5-year spreadsheet that we have been funding them $10,000 annually. And my only concern would be long term, are we obligated to continue paying them this level? Or is this part of their budget need that the township supports them to this level? Or you know, and I think we maybe need to have a conversation in the future about what their sustainability is for working without this annual grant. Thank you. That's all I had to say.
Thank you very much, Councillor Predko, and certainly careful consideration for all of us. Councillor Hazelton?
Well, I thank you, Your Worship.
Just keep worshipping.
So one of the things that I found very interesting in your previous comments was you were talking about profit, nonprofit, whatever. One of the things that I focus on are what are we doing to help organizations do things that are good things to be done in our township that are done predominantly by volunteers, but with some supplements by our township. And so when I look at what the Biosphere is doing, they are doing a lot of things, mostly with volunteer effort, but have costs associated with it. And I think that's a great leverage for our township, and I think we need to continue to support that.
Thank you, Councillor. Other councillors with comments? There being none, I guess I'll briefly just say that the work that the Biosphere has been doing over the years is clearly quite wonderful as far as I'm concerned, and valuable, and a very good ROI, which is, I keep harping on about ROI, but an ROI in an environmental space. And, you know, we put environment number one, and that's what they're doing. So I'm certainly supportive. So I don't know whether we're voting on this or we're giving an indication of where we stand. I think that's really what we're supposed to be doing. Let's hear from everybody in terms of where they stand. All those in favor of supporting the Biosphere, raise your hand.
There's an official resolution if you'd like me to read it for you, Councillor or Chair Cooper.
My goodness, that's exciting. Sure, let's read it.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that Council, per the Municipal Grant Policy C 2023-383, hereby approve a municipal grant to the Georgian Bay Biosphere in the amount of $9,995 to be included in the 2025 operating budget.
So that having been read, All those in favor? I think that's, I can't see all the hands, to be honest with you, but I know it carried, so there we go. So back to you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, past Chair Cooper. I greatly appreciate you stepping in. The accountant in me is so disappointed he didn't throw in an extra $5, but there you go. Next on our list is the item for the Go Home Lake Cottage Owners Association, in which Councillor Predko has declared a conflict. Councillor Hazelton.
Yes, thank you. I would like to suggest that we work with Jazz to move this out of this element of our municipal grant process and into the capital budget process, given that what I don't think we want to be doing is giving a group funding to build something on township land that the township will ultimately then own and likely will need to or feel like they should be maintaining. So I think there's a different path here where the funding is probably going to be easier, and I don't think it should live here in this municipal grant path.
Ms. Radican.
Thank you, Mayor Kutsier, through you to Councillor Hazelton. I do believe there is a budget set aside, but not in 2025. I do believe there are funds set aside for pickleball courts in 2026 that also form part of the DC study. I honestly would leave it in council's hands. If they wish to fund a portion of that in 2025, we could definitely bring it forward, move it up in our study, and as well as in the capital plan.
So are you saying that we could move it forward in the capital plan into 2025?
Sorry, I want that clarification. It is already in the 2026 plan?
Thank you, Mayor Kutsier, through you. That is correct. It is in the 2026 capital plan, the 10-year capital plan. It was approved through the development charges study that was updated this year.
Okay, that's very.
So I'm back to, can we slide it into 2025 to start? Not the whole thing, but the part of it.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Kutsier, that is correct. We could slate it in for 2025 if that is council's wish.
So then we could remove it from the municipal grant process that we're in right now.
That is one of our options.
Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. I would support the removal of it from this section. And I caution us once again on something like this where our budget is already very high, by the way. And I think we are a bit setting a precedent here because we do have other properties that are water access that could very much afford to have a pickleball court and tennis court and one of these lovely units. How many communities are going to come forward that are as large or larger than Go Home Lake? I think they would be very justified. And so do we want to finance 3, 5, 7 of these? That's a cautionary tale. All the other locations that we're talking about here are accessible by road and water, or road only in the case of Port Severn, but you'd be going in by boat to get your car to go to the pickleball. The reality is that all of the facilities that we have are accessible to the broader community, easy access. So I caution us on this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor George.
Yeah, I'm just going to echo Councillor Cooper's comments. I'm concerned. I know that there's municipal property in Cottage, and I think that the Cottage Association would love to have a municipally funded pickleball court, and there is property there that can presumably be developed along those lines. If we're going to get into this business, we have to be very, very cautious. I agree that it's a great idea. I don't have a problem with that. But I find that unless we have something that's more community oriented, I think of what we did with community in Honey Harbor, what could be available at Baxter Ward, Port Severn, MacTier, are areas where there's a larger concentration of bodies to begin with, better access all the way around, and putting something out in an area that doesn't have that access. I'm not saying I'm against it. I'm concerned we might be going down a slippery slope on that, as Councillor Cooper said. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wojcik.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Jarvis. My understanding that this application process was open to everybody.
All right. Based on what I'm hearing so far, Ms. Way has drafted up a motion for our consideration, and that would be it resolved that council directs staff to include the Regatta Beach multi-use surface to be considered as part of the 2025 capital budget. In other words, that would be getting out of this grant line and putting it into the capital budget for us to consider whether or not we approve it as a capital budget item in 2025. I don't see any hands going up, so I will then formally read the motion, and that'll be moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Wojcik. Be it resolved that council directs staff to include the Regatta Beach multi-use surface to be considered as part of the 2025 capital budget, which means it'll come up next week. All those in favor? And I see more than enough hands to say that is carried. Thank you. So Councillor Predko, you can rejoin us if you're listening.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to have to leave this meeting, but I'm going to try and sign in on my cell phone very shortly. So hopefully I'll see you soon.
Okay, good luck. Thank you. Our next item for consideration is the MacTier Legion. So Councillor Graziano, this is the item where you, of course, declared conflict. You knew that was coming. And so this is Legion who wants $7,500 for their windows improvement. And as a reminder, last year we gave them $7,500 to do, I believe, the other windows in their building. So this is a completion of a project that was started last year. Any comments or questions on supporting the Legion to the tune of $7,500? Okay, I have a motion moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that council, per the municipal grant policy C 2023-383, hereby approve a municipal grant to the MacTier Legion branch 507 in the amount of $7,500 to be included in the 2025 operating budget. All those in favor? And that is carried. Councillor Graziano, you can rejoin us. So we've done that one. Done that one. So next on my list, and I'm doing this in the order that the motions have been put in front of me, so I'm not doing this in any particular order other than this is the way they came up. After we got rid of those, the three that had conflicts, and this is with regards to Segbay. Segbay is asking for $6,000. Last year we granted them $6,000 for some other projects, and this year they're asking for $6,000 basically in support of website improvement. Any questions or comments on this? Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, I think it's important to make note that we are currently supporting Segbay with the building. They give us a very modest amount of rent, but the building costs us somewhere around $20,000+ to look after each year. And that's a pretty big contribution in and of itself. So I'm just concerned that this isn't a not-for-profit, by the way. It's a marketing organization for the businesses of our community, who I'm delighted that we have. But I don't think the municipal government, is there to support marketing for businesses. So we're already helping them quite a bit. I just don't fail to see the merit of further assistance, especially with a reserve of something like $60,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I'll just comment on Councillor Cooper's comments. I got a couple things here. One, it's not unusual. As a matter of fact, it's very normal for municipalities to support local business associations. It happens all over Southern Ontario. So this is not unusual in their request. I think what we have to keep in mind, and Councillor Cooper did comment on this, is that we do already provide a form of support by maintaining the building that they use, to the tune of, and I think we need this, Jazz, if you've got that information, I think we put in about $20,000 a year to maintain that property. Have I got that correct?
Thank you, Mayor MacTier. Unfortunately, I don't believe I have that information in front of me. I do believe we did provide some additional funding for it, but I can't recall off the top of my head. I apologize.
We did provide some support with regards to the
heat pump.
Heat pump, I believe.
Yeah. No, I again, I don't have any objection to funding SegBay. I think it's a good idea, but I think we better have a good handle on exactly what it is that we are providing to them, and maybe we should be reviewing once again. I know we have. CAO may be able to comment on this, but we've reviewed the possibility of handing over the property to either the Historical Society or SegBay for them to look after themselves. And that would take a $20,000 bill off the table and put it in their hands. How they want to handle it from there is up to them. But I think we should be considering that. Having said all that, I still think it's a very viable organization. I've seen some significant strides in what they do for the business community, yes, but also for the community as a whole. And I think that's really very, very relevant. My comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Yes, I have a question for our clerk. Could the Brissette House be gifted, so to speak, to the SegBay Historical Society, and given that it's on our land, only require a license of occupation for them to keep using it?
Technically, there is no reason why agreements couldn't be put into place from a legal standpoint. Whether they're accepting of that responsibility, I can't speak to that. But from a license of occupation or an agreement standpoint, yes, in theory, we could manage that.
Okay, so a follow-up on that then. One of the things that goes through my head when we look at funding is the funding externally focused, or is it more internally operationally focused? And when I look at what we did for their SegBay last year, and their focus was on producing some signage and so on that was very visible and relevant to the community, I think that was, call it externally focused. Yeah, a website provides an external interface, but it's really more of what I'll call an operational focus. And so building on what Councillor Cooper has said and what Councillor Jarvis has agreed with, that, you know, we are currently funding almost 10 times the cost of what SegBay pays us in rent, in almost free accommodation, if you will. And so we've got a huge financial commit right there. And again, back to my earlier comment, if they're going to do things with the money that's externally focused, yeah. But if it's more internally operationally focused, I can't see that they have a need for funding. They have lots of funds in their kitty, so to speak. And this is something that would potentially enable them to be a better organization and do more things. Yeah, that's a good thing. But I don't see that as being immediately externally focused. And so, as they say on Shark Tank, I'm out.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship, just I would say that from my experience with Segbay, they are doing a pretty good job of promoting local businesses to our community, and there can't be anything, in my view, negative about ensuring that our local businesses are having avenues to be promoted to the local market. And the more successful our local businesses are, the more successful our community can be. If the money is going towards website, undoubtedly the website's going to help promote businesses and activities and events in the township. So I understand we've got other financial integrations with Segbay that could be discussed, but I think from the ask today and the forum that the grant application is going through, I think it's a valid ask, and I'm supporting it. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I also agree that I think Segbay is doing a good job of keeping many people in our community informed. And I think that, with an improved website, they can continue to provide that service, with their community calendars and letting people know about various events. And I do believe that any discussion around the Brissett House and any future arrangements with Segbay on that property is beyond the scope of this particular meeting, and I'm sure that many would be open to having some discussions on that going down the road as to if there is a better alternative. But I believe that Segbay does provide a service not only for the business community in the area, but also for the community at large. When they're creating events for the community to get together, like they're going to have a tree lighting in the near future as one example that I know last year was well attended, and I expect this year, weather permitting, it'll be even better attended. I think that's an important part of our community, and it needs to be recognized. So I will also be supporting this. Seeing no more hands, I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Grott. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. Just fiscal responsibility, I remind us all, and I'd like a recorded vote, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I will read the motion and then I'll hand it over to Clerk Way. I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that Council, per the Municipal Grant Policy C 2023-383, hereby approve a municipal grant to Segbay in the amount of $6,000 to be included in the 2025 operating budget. Clerk Way, please.
Let the record show Councillor Cooper requested a recorded vote. Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Bocek is absent. Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Let the record show the motion carries 4-2.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, next on my list. This is for the MacTier District Community Housing Corporation. We did not have a presentation today, but we did receive correspondence with regards to, I believe it was a security system, if my memory's or monitoring system. And last year we provided them with $800. I will admit that I forgot exactly what that was for last year, but they're asking for $4,000 for a monitoring system on their community housing. Any comments or questions on this one, Council? Councillor Predko and then Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. I know Ms. Rivett wasn't able to attend today, but the security system is to help provide safety and security to the community. And I think over the last few years, they have had a little bit more difficulty managing external people from accessing the property and then managing events around the property. So this is helpful for them for documentation and for follow-up on issues that happen. So I think it's money well spent. They do have their own financial challenges, and I think she outlined them in her submission letter, but I would be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
It may appear that I'm against everything. I'm certainly not. And I do believe that community housing and those most in need should be looked after. And I think this is a good spend. It's a good project. As I understand it, I think this is MacTier is one of the only areas where we actually have community housing. I could be wrong, but I believe that is sort of what I recall from work I did on that committee at the district. So I am supportive of this, and I wish them well and well protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Rivett is not with us at the moment because I think you answered some questions. I'm pretty sure from what my understanding is there is some lack of oversight from the district on this operation, which makes this necessary. And I'm fully in agreement with that, with spending the money. I think it's very, very worthwhile for all the reasons already mentioned. But I think we've got to do some more work with district to try and get some better management from them or whatever for future. But yeah, I'm very much in favor of this.
I can confirm there is some discussion with district. I mean, district provides property management at this point, but I think district doesn't really want to do that because it's a different kind of arrangement. I could tell you all the details if I do them, but I can't remember them. I'm sorry. But you're right that it is, to the best of my knowledge, the only community housing project that we have in the township. And it's one of those things that part of me says, well, we really shouldn't be, as a township, financing this one. The other part of me says, well, but these are our residents, and it's community housing is something that's worthwhile. I have moved by Councillor Bocek, who is not here at the moment, so I'll change that to Graziano. Moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that the council, per the municipal grant policy C 2023-383, hereby approve a municipal grant to the MacTier District Community Housing Corporation in the amount of $4,000 to be included in the 2025 operating budget. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Next, Georgian Bay Township Historical Society has asked for $5,000. Any comments or questions on that? Well, then I'm going to read the motion. Moved by Councillor Pedco, second by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved, the council, per the municipal grant policy C 2023-383, hereby approve a municipal grant to the Georgian Bay Township Historical Society in the amount of $5,000 to be included in the 2025 operating budget. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Next, the MacTier Railroad Heritage Society is asking for $3,500 for painting and a bell. I'm seeing no hands, so I'm just going to read the motion. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved, the council, per the municipal grant policy C 2023-383, hereby approve a municipal grant to the MacTier Railroad Heritage Society in the amount of $3,500 to be included in the 2025 operating budget. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right, we have now Georgian Bay Forever, $20,000. Any questions or discussion on this item? Councillor Cooper.
I certainly support this organization, and I think the amount is it's just another too many thousands that we're approving, and we're not getting close to where we should be in terms of our total budget. So I'd be willing to suggest that we come in at half that amount, and that's what we can do. And hopefully they can raise money elsewhere. They certainly have a lot of supporters, financial supporters, that is. And that's sort of where I would land. We've simply got to find some ways to reduce our spending. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, my thinking was sort of along the same lines. So I'd be happy to go with the amount we gave last year, which I believe, if I look at the numbers correctly, is 11,200. But yeah, certainly less than they asked this time around for exactly the reasons noted by Councillor Cooper.
You know, last year, if memory serves, for some reason their application got missed. I think through no fault of their own. And then when we considered it, that's what we had left in our 65,000 budget. Was
there you go. That's right. You're right.
So that's how that particular amount was arrived at. That's my recollection, anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
So I have the suggestion from Councillors Cooper and Jarvis of 10,000 versus 20,000. Any other comments from other councillors on the amount? Councillor Predko, please. Followed by Councillor Hazelton. I got a thumbs up there. Councillor Predko.
Yeah, I would support the haircut. Even 12 grand, I would be supportive of too, but I would go with the decision of council.
Well, what we can do, and I'll say, I can call the motion for 10,000. After we've gone through the whole list, we can see what we add up to. And if anybody wants to revisit any motion, we can do that before we call the meeting to a close, or next week. Councillor Cooper, that's a new hand?
Just briefly, yes, I think it's very kind of Councillor Predko to ante up if we don't make it, if we only get 10,000. I'm sure he'd be happy to throw in the rest. Just kidding.
All right, so I'm going to start at 10,000 here and say moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that Council, per the Municipal Grant Policy C 2023-383, hereby approve a municipal grant to the Georgian Bay Forever in the amount of $10,000 to be included in the 2025 operating budget. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Okay, let me just write that down.
Your Worship, I'm going to be dropping off now. Unfortunately, I have a conflict. And so thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We still have quorum, I believe. We have 5 of us. Okay, good. We still have quorum. Next topic. Georgian Bay Association is asking for $15,000. Any comments on this? Councillor Cooper, Councillor Jarvis.
I think this is a very good project. I'm not convinced that that funding has been sourced from all the available sources, maybe in the short run, but in the longer run, I'm sure there are many other municipalities that could contribute, but they can't contribute apparently this year. It's too late. I suggest that, you know, the others carry some of the freight as well. And so I would recommend that maybe we support this to the tune of $10,000. It's a very good initiative. There's no question it would benefit all of the area, north to across the North Channel. So very, very important. But I don't know that we need to carry quite so much. So I was going to suggest $10,000. I'll leave that to others. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, finding myself in agreement with Councillor Cooper. I'm sorry to shock you like that, but I too am wondering how the other municipalities got missed out on this. I mean, we've been pretty good in the past with late applications, and I'm kind of hoping that maybe, you know, we got Prairie Sound, the Archipelago, and there are a number of other communities all the way up the shore that certainly should be very, very much interested in this project. And be prepared to contribute. I'm a little surprised it's not the case, but I think if we provide the seed money at around $10,000, I think we're doing all right there. And I see last year there wasn't any funding to the GBA. And the year before, if the records are correct, it was $15,000. Anyway, all very interesting, but I'd be happy to go with the $10,000 amount.
Thank you. Just for a point of clarification, 2023, the $15,000 for the GBA was for their planning project, in which they did provide a report that our planning department has received on I'll call it planning regime comparisons up and down the coast. Councillor Predko.
I just wanted to concur with both Councillors Cooper and Jarvis on this. I've got nothing further to add, and I agree with the same reasoning.
All right, thank you. I'm only going to make one comment, or maybe I'll make two. I'm not sure, but it's a little. It feels to me a little bit weird that we're funding an advocacy group that is going to do this study and perhaps come back to us and tell us what's wrong with us, because that's what advocacy groups sometimes do. And so it's. But having said that, I think it's very important that they, as well as other associations, do review the where we're headed and caution us as to what trouble we might get ourselves into if we're not careful. Councillor Hazelton and then Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you. One of the things that I'd like to offer here is I think their current initiative is less about finding fault what we're doing and more about a more holistic view of what we and the other communities up and down the shoreline could be or should be doing. So that's one characteristic that I think we want to be focused on. The other characteristic that I think we want to be considering here is it's one thing for us to fund the GBA and have them do this research. So the 2023 initiative produced a comparative document of what all the communities up and down the shoreline are doing when it comes to planning and zoning. And yes, that information has been provided, but I think that in order for us to truly benefit from the dollars that we are offering, we need to have our staff very aligned with what these donations are, these funding strategies are, and have our staff look at it as that we are really funding external research that is of great value to our township. And I'm not sure that we're setting that expectation with staff when we go about funding these kinds of projects. And so I think that it's really incumbent on us to find a way to connect the dots, so to speak. So it's one thing to fund it, but if we're funding it and we are not simultaneously directing staff to basically get intimate with the reports and see where that can benefit our township, then we're missing part of the point here. So I certainly support the initiative. I'm okay with the funding suggested by Councillor Cooper to have a parallel initiative here where staff clearly understand that what we are doing here is funding essentially external research that can be of huge benefit to our township, and that we should find ways of leverage.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek. Councillor Bocek, did you hear me? Okay. I guess you're having trouble unmuting yourself. Okay, but that's a thumbs up. Okay, we'll go with that as a thumbs up. And Councillor Cooper, you want to make another remark?
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, and all of you may or may not be aware of this, but the GBA has sort of a bigger hill to climb, so to speak. I think they will get support from other municipalities in due course. I'm certainly hopeful they do. But you also need to know that they're not an organization that's a not-for-profit. Therefore, they cannot issue any kind of tax receipt for people that are contributing. So they got a real challenge, and I think they need our support. There's no question for, you know, not only the perspective of actually having the dollars, but the support by our municipality is an indication to others that would contribute. So other municipalities and other individuals. So I'm very keen that we continue down the line of supporting them. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved, the Council for the Municipal Grant Policy C 2023-383 hereby approve a municipal grant to the Georgian Bay Association in the amount of $10,000 to be included in the 2025 operating budget. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We got. Is that? That's it. That's it. All right. So we have approved. So okay, 11. Have you already done the math, Ms. Radican?
Thank you, Mayor MacTier. Through you to members of council. To date, we have approved $55,995. That leaves us with $9,005, and we can refer that and discuss it for November 26th if council wishes to still carry it forward or use it as a savings.
All right, so because I'm going to round up by $5, we've approved $56,000, and we've taken a $35,000 ask and put it into a different category, so to speak, recategorized it. So therefore, at this point, we've reviewed everything. We've approved all the requests, with 2 of them being downsized. No, 3 of them. Well, the one was sort of downsized because they already did that for us, the Railway Heritage Society. So that means we've done our job for today. So I have moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council adopts Bylaw 2024-100 to confirm the proceedings of the November 19th, 2024 council meeting. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is carried. And
Mr. Mayor, is Councillor Bocek's hand up for a reason? Do we know?
it's been up for a while now.
Oh, okay.
I think, and now he's gone, but we still have we have quorum, so we can still shut this down. So be it resolved, the council now does adjourn at 1 o'clock on the dot p.m. until November 26, 2024 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much, everyone, for the discussions today and getting through this hurdle.
Glad we got it done.
Next week, it'll be a lot more fun with the whole budget, not just this part. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Bye for now.